love, like you, we are similar, very, very similar. I love drawing people together and hearing all sorts of different things from people from different sectors, from different countries. It's very exciting. We came from the first conference in Europe, Australia, and everywhere. And it's really exciting. I think it's the conversation. It's also creating these hubs like you're doing now. Really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for the session. What's a good way to start the conference? AI in education. And of course, started out the conference with something. Okay. Hello, people. Welcome to day 2 of K12 2030 conference. Yeah, I am excited to be here again. Um, I mean, it's been a great journey. It's been a great journey. We started this yesterday, day 1, um, where we had 4 powerful sessions. I mean, we thank God for that session. Um, it was so powerful. I mean, for me personally, it left me with so many things to think about. So, in case you didn't join us yesterday, right, I'm going to advise you strongly to please check out the recordings of yesterday's session. They are on YouTube, they are on LinkedIn, right, and listen to those sessions. Um, this conference is so strategic and so timely. Even as globally we are approaching a new session in the education landscape, right? So we can, enter this new session with a different paradigm, right? I mean, so powerful. From the opening session with Tom from Curtis Moore School, I mean, taking us through that journey of what is possible in the world of AI, what's going on. I mean, how school leaders can embrace this thing properly, um, you know, and then, a lot of things, a lot of insights, a lot of ideas, information, right? I mean, to bring any school across the globe, up to that level of innovation that even exists as Curtis Moore School. I mean, you are not limited. One thing we saw in that conversation is you're not limited, right? The school is not the building. You can the building can look traditional. The building can many things can look traditional around, but it doesn't stop you from innovating. I mean, that's one thing we saw with Curtis Moore School. I mean, so powerful, so powerful. And then all the way to STEM education in Africa, the present, the past, and the future with Miss Kim taking us through that journey. You know, I mean, bringing Africa to the spotlight and showing where we are in Africa as regards STEM education, some of the amazing things, wonderful things that are happening on the continent that may not be so known to many. That was a very insightful session. Encouraging more schools in Africa to jump on STEM, to embrace STEM, sharing practical tips on how that can happen. Right. I mean, that was so priceless. And then we moved to the third one, which was with Kiran, the Riverside School. That session was mind blowing, approaching learning as a designer and not as an educator. I mean, that session really unfolded, really, addressed the issue of design thinking, right, as a powerful strategy to transform education and make it more valuable, more impact driven. I mean, it was so amazing. You need to listen to these recordings. And then the last session, very unique and powerful, with Dr. Mari and Dr. Um, um, Ashim. Trying to show we're looking at alternative school models. I mean, Dr. Ashim told the story of how he started a school, right, that is currently offering an alternative kind of learning. You see, school has evolved. What we're talking about in this conference, school models for the society and economy of 2030 and beyond. And what Dr. Ashim was talking about was just practically what we're saying. And you can see the journey because today many school leaders the courage to take that step and build something and create something new is missing. You can see the stories. I mean, Kiran, a school owner, she came in here, she told us a story. Tom came in, told us his story. Dr. Ashim too came in to tell these stories are very important. And the essence of these stories is just to inspire every school leader out there. It's just to inspire every education leader out there and to let you know that you can do it. You can bring that transformation to your school. You can bring that transformation to your school. It is possible. And the time to bring that transformation is now. The time is now. The time is now. Again, please listen to these recordings and be inspired. That's the goal of this conference, and also networking, right? So I mean, you can connect with these people, connect with them on LinkedIn, see what they are doing, and just keep following them in their on their journey as well, right? And today is going to be another amazing journey. We have four powerful sessions. We have four powerful sessions today, and then um yeah, we are going to be moving to those sessions very quickly. Please, okay, let me check the chat room. We are live on LinkedIn, and we're also live on YouTube. I mean, we know that some persons might not be able to join us right on this call, and they're going to get to watch these recordings later. If you're in that category, please, as you watch, we would like you to please share what you're learning with your community. Please, this is very important to us, right? It's not just because we want to trend or want people to just know about this conference. No, no, it's because the things that we are learning in this conference is what many people should know. We are talking about where education is today and where it is headed, and how design thinking, future thinking, agile thinking can transform it, can put it in that place where it is where it should be, right? I mean, we are one of this conference is one of the few conferences that is addressing this kind of issues globally. One of the few conferences, and that's why we are asking you to please, the things that you hear in this conference, those things that are creating a spark inside of you, please share on LinkedIn with your community, share on Instagram, share on Facebook, and you can tag us so we can just see it, right? It's very important. A lot of people need to hear these things, they need to see these things, they need to know that education has evolved and this is where it is, so that they can be informed, inspired to pursue that same course. Please, we would like to see you sharing what you're learning in this conference. Most importantly on LinkedIn, please, and then also on Instagram, Facebook, and other social media platforms. That's very important. Again, I just want to start by saying a big thank you to all of the speakers that spoke yesterday, for the wealth of knowledge, experience, information that they shared with us. That was so powerful. I mean, personally, I was so impacted. I mean, right now, uh, there's a shift for me mentally, right? And I'm thinking of pursuing some new stuff. I hope that's the same thing for everyone that listened, even yesterday. So, a bit of housekeeping. If you can hear me on LinkedIn, on YouTube, please tell us your name and tell us where you're joining from. We'd like to meet you, please. Um, even as we prepare to move into the first session for the day. Yeah, if you can hear me, tell us your name, tell us where you're joining from. Okay. Choo-doo-doo-doo, choo-doo-doo-doo. And by the way, for school leaders, for teachers, I do hope you are enjoying this holiday. I do hope you're enjoying the summer break. We know that schools are going to be up and rolling very shortly. Okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you can hear me, you're on LinkedIn, you're on YouTube, please tell us your name and tell us where you're joining from. And of course, anytime you join the session, please do it to like introduce yourself. Let's meet you. Tell us your name and tell us where you're joining from. Right? Would like to meet you, please. Uh, okay, so I'm checking. I'm looking forward to some responses, so that we can move forward. Okay, 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 okay. Yeah. So, like I said, I mean, today promises to be mind blowing. So, we're going to be moving to the first session for today very quickly. I know our speaker is in the studio. Um, oh, awesome. Our speaker is in the studio. Dr. Priska is in the studio already. Now, I remember like a few months ago, I had a session with her where we were just talking about foresight in education. At EAZY-DIGI, one of the things we have discovered is that one of the elements that is missing in today's school design is foresight, right? Um, Foresight needs to impact our curriculums. Foresight needs to impact teaching and learning, right? The body of knowledge from which learning is designed in school must take a clue from foresight, right? It's not enough for us to focus on the knowledge that exists, right, in the curriculum designs, in the learning designs. We also have to look at how the world is evolving, right? Or else we're going to have curriculums that are outdated, right? Because we live in a world that is fast evolving, right? So we want to see the curriculum of the future. We want to talk about, you know, um, future forward knowledge, future forward learning experiences. So, foresight is an important element that has been missing for too long in the K to 12 landscape, right? We have discovered that strongly. And so, we are bringing up conversations around foresight, right? So that school leaders can embrace this skill, right? This capacity, foresight, right? Of course, to also help in many ways. It's going to help your business, it's going to help, you know, um, your operations, right? So that you can future proof your system. We want to have a system that is ready, that is resilient, that can withstand what's coming from time to time, right? So we have seen that foresight in many ways, even in administration, in teaching and learning, in school management, foresight is an important aspect. And just like we find it in other industries as well, right? Foresight is very important for us to embrace in education today, so that what we offer in education can be more valuable, can be more valuable. Yeah. Awesome, can be more valuable. So that's what we are going to be looking at in this first session, and we are most fortunate to have Dr. Priska with us. She is a certified foresight practitioner, so you see what I'm talking about. So I cannot wait. I cannot wait to have Dr. Priska in the building. So this session is about foresight in education for school leaders and education professionals. All right. Um, and we're going to be jumping on that real quick. I'm going to bring Dr. Priska into the room just in a moment. So yesterday we moved from Tom, the United Kingdom, to Sally, Botswana, and then to Kiran, India, and then to Dr. Maria and Dr. Ashim, the United States, and today we are moving to Zimbabwe. Right? It's a journey. This is a global education conference, right? Now we're moving to Zimbabwe, and then we still have some other places to go today as well, right? Just stay with us, okay? Let me bring Dr. Priska into the room. Okay. Hi, Dr. Priska. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, very well. I
Can
can hear
you?
you very well. Yeah,
Excellent.
thank you so much for your time. Yeah, thanks for joining us in this conference. It's so good to have you again.
Oh, no, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be part of this global conversation. And thank you for putting the platform together.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm just going to like step back and then if you um you can actually try to share your slides. I'll see it here and I will just activate it um
Oh, no,
so the people
that's
can see
fine.
your slide.
I'm not going to share slides. I am going to try and do a more storytelling style.
Amazing, amazing,
Yeah.
amazing. Um, yeah. So just if you need my help anytime, just call me. I'll respond right away.
Okay, no problem.
All right, ma'am. So over to you.
All right. No, so thank you so much, Adebayo and your team. And thank you to everyone who is joining now and who is going to be joining in the future. So my name is Priska Mufunde, Dr. Priska Mufunde. And like Adebayo said, I am based in Harare in Zimbabwe, and I'm a certified foresight practitioner. So I had a completely different way of starting my presentation today. But then Adebayo mentioned something that just really grabbed my heart when he was talking about how foresight should be used to inform curriculum. So I'll start with a story about my journey and the journey that my family and my children have been on because of the application of foresight. So our first child was born in 2006. And around that time, when you become a new parent, your thinking starts to change, your priorities start to change, and life becomes about more than just you because you're now worried about the next generation, this little life that you've brought into the world, and your concern about whether or not they'll be able to survive in this world. And one thing that my husband and I had always done was to just try and look around at what's happening in the world. And we did this as hobbyists. We had no idea that this was called foresight. So we would be looking around and watching how things were changing in the workplace, how technology was changing, and trying to make sense of how these changes are going to impact life and the world of work. And suddenly in 2006, this became more than just a hobby. It was now serious because we needed to make sure that the children that we were going to be bringing into this world could survive in the world. And what stood out for us almost immediately was that the conversations that were happening in schools had already started disconnecting from the changes that we were seeing in the workplace. And that really, really concerned us. And so what ended up happening was as our children were getting older, we started to introduce things like coding before they were even a thing in schools. And schools where I stay, at least. And so what that meant was that by the time our children were entering high school and those conversations were now starting on the broader platforms, they were already competent in digital skills. They were already programming. They were already into robotics. And in essence, that's what foresight is about, informing curriculum in a way that ensures that our children are prepared to engage with the world as changes start to happen. And what it also does is that for those leaders who are proactive about it, for those leaders who are willing to engage with the practice of foresight, then they find that they are ahead of the pack, which is exactly what we experience with our own children. That when the conversation started and educators were starting to now implement these things in schools, our kids already knew it. And our kids were way ahead and actually doing things on commercial level, sometimes even because they had gained those skills from a very early age. And so at the time that we were doing this, I actually was not aware that there was a field called foresight. I was doing this because it was something that interested me. I happened to have a keen eye on just keeping an eye out for what was happening. But that, for me, I think, is what has led me naturally to the practice of foresight. And so I bumped into the terminology when I was doing my master's. 14 years later. So 14 years from 2006, which was 2020 to 2021. Doing my master's program in educational leadership and management. And I was reading an article that was talking about schools, a group of schools in Australia that were building resilience and adaptability into their systems by doing this thing called scenario planning. And I was fascinated by it. And it made perfect sense for me because when I embarked on my journey, my master's journey, I was trying to look for answers about how we could make education better, how we could make it future-proof, how we could make it better serve our students. And as I read this paper and read about the approach that these schools were using to build their resilient, adaptable systems, I just said to myself, this is the answer. This is the answer not just for me, this is the answer not just for Zimbabwe, but this is the answer for schools across the globe, but particularly schools in Africa, because that's my context. And what I found was that schools were dragged kicking and screaming into the future because people were not preparing for it. There wasn't that purposeful approach to planning for what the future was going to hold. And so, having discovered this field through this article, I determined that as soon as I finished my master's, this is the next area that I was going to delve into and get the skills that I felt were necessary to bring these conversations to my context. And so after I finished, I then pursued foresight. Initially, it was just foresight courses that I was doing online, and then I pursued my foresight certification, which I managed to get. And so I'm actively recruiting foresight practitioners. So we need the community to grow. We definitely need more people to be aware of what foresight is, familiar with the tools and how to use these tools so that we can change the education landscape and make it more relevant to the generation of youth that we're trying to educate for the future. And so that's a little bit about myself. And so let's delve into what foresight is. And some people would be more familiar with the idea of futures thinking. And I like that Adebayo mentioned that yesterday they were talking about design thinking and agile thinking. And I think the message of a conference such as this one is that the way that we think needs to change. We need to adopt new ways of thinking in order to interact with a completely new world. It cannot be business as usual. And so foresight is also called futures thinking. And some universities that are starting to come up with programs, they're calling it future studies. But what it basically is a strategic approach to anticipating and preparing for potential future scenarios. So from that definition, I love the fact that it is strategic. It's not haphazard, but it is very purposeful and strategic. And then it's about anticipating potential future scenarios and then preparing appropriately for those potential future scenarios. And foresight practitioners use various tools in order to do that. We won't have enough time to go through the tools, but the tools are basically there to help you identify the trends that are emerging that will have an impact on the future, and then to flesh out those potential impacts. So to have a structured approach on how to think about those emerging trends. I think often people will see something evolve like AI, and we will get enamored by AI, but we then don't really go the next step of really thinking out. So what are the potential future impacts of AI? What does that world look like if a particular scenario arises? And what is likely to happen if AI collides with this other emerging trend? And so they're tools that help foresight practitioners think through things like that so that they can almost like paint pictures, which are what the scenarios are, paint pictures of what possible futures could be. So one of the things that really stood out for me when I was doing my futures training was that the future wasn't fixed and it wasn't inevitable. I wasn't a victim of the future, I could actually participate in creating futures that I wanted. And that is empowering. That is really, really empowering. And I think it is one of the greatest opportunities that we have as educators, that we're at this place where there is so much flux and change within the education space, that there's an opportunity for us to lend a voice to what we feel education should be like in the future. And it's an unprecedented opportunity. I would dare to say that the last time we had this opportunity was probably in the 1900s, when there was massive shifts and change happening at that time. And so for the last 100+ years, there hasn't been an opportunity such as this one to actually have a voice in how we can design the education landscape of the future, how we can redesign education so that it really works for the 21st century and for the children that we are trying to impact. And so foresight acknowledges that the future exists on a spectrum, because sometimes when we think of the future, we think only of the good things, but it's actually a spectrum of possibilities. And so when we use foresight tools, we are looking at a lot across that spectrum and picking out those things that we say that, okay, in a very transformative world when everything changes and things are not recognizable compared to the life that we know today, what are the things that stand out and how can we prepare for that? And then we go to the middle ground. Okay, so if things change a little bit, but there's still some things that are familiar and some things that are new, how do we prepare for that particular world? And what if change is linear and continues on the path that it has always continued? How do we prepare for that world? And then as foresight practitioners, you now bring that knowledge together and you come back to today and you say to yourself, if the future in 10, 15 years is going to look like this, how do I start preparing myself, start preparing my team, start preparing my students to engage with such a world? And this is a radically different way of approaching education, because it's approaching it from the future in essence. It's looking at how life is going to be, and then coming back to today and saying, okay, let's prepare for that. We don't know everything about what this life is going to be like, but we can prepare for it by taking particular steps. And so foresight, like Adebayo mentioned, is a field that is being applied quite broadly outside of education, particularly within the innovation space. You know, in organizations where innovation is key, foresight is a huge element in terms of helping them generate innovations that are transformative, innovations that push the boundaries of what we feel are possible. But it's high time this sort of thinking transitioned into the education space, so that we could start thinking about our schools and our school systems in a way that can protect them from the shift that is actually happening. I won't say the shift that's coming, because the shift is there. We are already living in this unpredictable VUCA world. So a world that's volatile, a world that's uncertain, a world that's very complex, and a world that's fairly ambiguous. And foresight is there to help us to make sense of it so that we can actually build something that's sustainable, and something that has a foundation that's not based on guesswork, or that is not reactionary, but actually very proactive and well planned. And so as educators, why don't we want to be surprised by the future? Because like I said, the tendency in education is to be dragged kicking and screaming into the future, because it's easy to become very comfortable with the way things have been. And when we look at the institutions and the structures and systems that have been built around education, they are very strong. They're very strong because they've existed for a very long time. People have invested a lot in terms of making sure that these systems work and that they're efficient. But we're at a time where we need to be challenging the relevance of those institutions and of those systems, because the society those systems and institutions were designed to serve has changed. And so I think as educational leaders and educational practitioners, one of the things that we really have to keep at the fore when we're thinking about why we do what we do is that education at its very core is designed to prepare young people to go and serve in the marketplace. And so when the marketplace changes, the system needs to change. And so what we have now is that we have a marketplace that's changed and is continuing to change quite rapidly. But the institution that is delivering human capital into that marketplace has remained the same. And that for me is devastating. It's really, really devastating. It's devastating for the young people that we're graduating out of our schools right now, only for them to find that they are ill prepared for the workplace that they are now entering. It's devastating for the people who are working within those systems, the parents who are sending children to school, only to find that their children are ill-equipped after having spent all those years and oftentimes all that money investing in their children's education. And so being cognizant of the fact that education is and was built to service marketplace needs, we need as educators to look at ourselves and say, do the systems we have and other institutions we have right now, are they serving marketplace needs? And if they're not, how do we transition them to a place where they do? And as we transition, what should they look like? Because the challenge we have right now is that there is so much change going on. It's difficult to pinpoint exactly what to build and how to build unless you are using foresight to make those decisions and to guide your scenarios, to actually develop scenarios of what the future of education is going to look like in my country, on my continent, and then design your education system to meet those scenarios and those worlds that you're seeing. And so for me, that's the first reason we don't want to be surprised as educators, because we will do a massive disservice to the young people that are in the system right now. We've been mandated to educate them and prepare them for the world. And so I think the onus is on us to do what we need to do to make sure that we are equipped to transition the things that we're doing so that they better cater for them. And then the second thing that I'd like to say is that change is hard. Change is very hard, and forced change is even harder. And the unfortunate thing with the period of time that we're living in is that we will be forced to change if we do not adapt of our own volition. And so foresight helps us anticipate what change is going to be like. It helps us identify opportunities within that change. It helps us mentally prepare to adapt, and it gives us the time to do so. Because forced change leads to very rushed execution, and rushed execution, especially when it involves human lives, is never a good thing. The only people that will suffer through things like that is the learners that we serve. So what am I thinking? What am I thinking of as a foresight practitioner? And as I was thinking about that statement, initially I'd written, so what are we thinking? But foresight is interesting in that it's a collaborative effort. And so some of the things that I may be thinking about foresight, other people may be thinking differently, because like I said, the future is not linear. There isn't just one possible future. There are multiple possible different futures. And so as I speak, you may have other ideas about what that future looks like. And the future we eventually experience is the co-creation of your thoughts and my thoughts. It's corporately constructed. And so what I've been thinking in my own practice is that, firstly, that we're living in a really interesting time in history. And for me, it's akin to the early 1900s, where there was a lot of change with vehicles, motor vehicles being mass manufactured, the advent of flight, and people being able to fly from point A to point B and across continents. We're living at such a time where the changes that are happening are massive. They are leaps rather than incremental steps. And they will definitely transform the way that we live. And they will definitely transform the way that we work. And we've already started seeing some of that unfold. And those shifts are going to transform and transition into education, just like they did in the 1900s. That the shifts that were happening in the marketplace with cars now being manufactured, it meant that new programs needed to come into schools. Prior to that, there was no need for diesel mechanics because there were no diesel engines in vehicles. There were no need for vehicle mechanics because there were no vehicles to service. So new programs and new ways of learning and new content had to be created in order to service the innovation that was happening in the marketplace. And so I find that extremely exciting. The fact that as educators, we are at the cusp of having the opportunity to create new opportunities to learn and to feed into new careers that didn't exist before. So one of the things that I'm sure is top of mind for everyone when people start thinking about the future of education is artificial intelligence. But as a foresight practitioner, for me, AI is here. It's not in the future anymore. It's here. We are living it. And what I am currently thinking concerning AI is more about its future impacts, about the things that are going to unfold because of the existence of AI, and some of the ways that I've been thinking about how AI will impact us going into the future are really about the transformation that it will bring to the role of a teacher, how we think a teacher should execute the work of teaching, and that change and role needs to be embraced, because it has to change. We are at a point where AI is doing a lot more of the knowledge work that teachers were doing in teaching students, and teachers themselves have to move into a place where instead of teaching content, they are teaching students how to learn, which is something that is radically different to teaching content. And they are also teaching students how to put into practice the things they learn, which is something that AI can't do. And thirdly, they are teaching their students how to be human, which is something that AI will struggle to do by the fact that it is AI. And in terms of just teaching students how to be human, there is increasing value in what I call the soft skills. So that ability to collaborate, to be able to communicate effectively with others, to be able to be creative and to think critically. These skills are becoming, they're rising to the top as prized skills among students, which were skills that were on the back burner before. These were relegated to not so important. You know, if you were good at learning and you were good at your maths, your science, your physics, your chemistry, then you were pretty much guaranteed a good future. But where AI can do a lot of the knowledge work that our generation and previous generations were employed for, the future generation needs to be able to know and understand what it is to be human, how to interact well with other humans, and how humans interact with AI. And that is something that needs to be coming into our school system, and it's currently lacking within most curriculums. The second thing with regards to AI that I find really, really exciting is its ability to free up a teacher's time, so that a teacher can actually adopt some of these new practices. And so as AI moves in to take over some of the more administrative roles of an educator, then teachers will have more time to spend mentoring their students, more time teaching them how to learn, more time modeling how to put into practice the information that they're acquiring. And so it would be great to see how some of these concepts are integrated into schools. And one of the big things that comes out in conversations that I have with school leaders and with teaching professionals is there's just no time. And when they say that, they're coming from a position where they can't imagine the school schedule being any different tomorrow than it is today. What these changes actually mean is that we need a radical transformation of how we do school. It can't be the same. It can't be the same as it has always been, because the things that we need to deliver to our students are very different. And so the environment in which we deliver that new learning also has to be different. And so as we look at how to redesign our schools, we need to be looking at every aspect of it. We can't redesign content without redesigning the environment in which that content is being delivered, because then there'll be a mismatch. This new way of teaching and learning does not necessarily fit into our old ways of scheduling, our old ways of delivering lectures, and may not necessarily even fit into our old infrastructure. We may need to redesign the way that schools, our school layouts, our classrooms. Do we even need classrooms? So these are some of the questions, very provocative questions that challenge our comfort zone and can make us uncomfortable. And if foresight isn't making you uncomfortable, you're doing it wrong. So you must be uncomfortable. You must feel a little bit on the edge of your seat as you have some of these conversations, because if we don't go into those realms, then we're not going to get the change that we need. And then there are other things as well as a futurist that we think about besides just the AI. It's other trends that are likely to come in and impact the way education is done in this generation. And I've spoken already about curriculum shifts. I've spoken about shifts in the learning environment. Another aspect of learning environment is with AI, that learning environment doesn't necessarily even have to be within the four walls of a school, because learning can happen anyway with AI, with connectivity, expanding the way that it has, with access to internet and rising digital literacy. Learning can be borderless. It can be outside of the bounds of a classroom. And so we need to be building our schools with this in mind, realizing that learning does not have to be confined to the times and the spaces that we have traditionally associated with it. So the third thing is population demographic changes. And I find this particularly interesting because I do live in Africa, the continent that has the largest youth population, which is growing. And at the same time, the continent that's experiencing a drop in the number of teacher training recruits coming into the system. And so that presents a very interesting challenge that we need to address. And so if we're not proactive, if we're not thinking about what are the future impacts of this, what are the future impacts of growing number of youths in a setting where there's a declining number of teachers, then we are going to be caught off guard. That's when you end up with classes of 100 students, because we haven't prepared for the eventuality, whether it is how do we make teaching more attractive so that we increase the number of recruits, or how do we make sure that we are teaching students in other ways, whether it's through use of AIs or community schools, or introducing different school models to ensure that those students are taken care of, despite the fact that there aren't enough teachers to go around. So as a futurist, this is an opportunity. If you're engaged in foresight and you're a school leader, then you're already planning towards this future. If it's taking actions like Are you going to be actively recruiting high school students and sponsoring them to go into teaching so that your school is well catered for? So those are some of the advantages of engaging in foresight, that you pick up on these trends, and then rather than wait for disaster to strike, you can be proactive in coming up with solutions to address some of these things. The other thing that I find quite interesting as well, particularly in the context of Africa, is the growing middle class and middle class expectations. As we look across the continent and we see the development that's happening across Rwanda, places like Rwanda, Ghana, Kenya, there's definitely a growth in the middle class. And that for me says that we need to look at education in those spaces and ask ourselves, what does this new middle class in Africa require in terms of education? What are their needs going to be like? How do we fulfill those needs? Because their expectations are definitely going to be different to the expectations of 10, 15 years ago. And if as school leaders we're not taking things like that into account and preparing for it, then it's a missed opportunity to grow our influence within the education space. And then the last thing that I'd just like to talk about is, two things that I'd like to touch on is Africa becoming the center of attention. One, because I think by 2050, 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 people on the globe is actually going to be resident in Africa. So Africa is going to become a huge marketplace that is of commercial importance globally. And this increased interest is going to result in a lot of things across many, many industries. And one of those things is just growth. People coming in, trying to sell us our products. But when they come in, it's not just their products that are coming in. They're coming in with their families. They're coming in with their culture. What's the impact of that going to be within our education systems? Are we building for that diversity? Are we building with the expectation of having diverse communities, people of different cultures and different languages coming onto the continent? What's the impact of those different cultures going to be as they come into our spaces? And what are their expectations towards education going to be? So as education leaders, these are very exciting opportunities to be proactive, to stand out and to start preparing and laying the groundwork that's necessary so that when these things start to unfold, you are already there. You've already got a product that is speaking to the market and that is recognizable, that is well shaped and well prepared to address the opportunities and mitigate the challenges of such a thing. And then the last thing that I'd just like to mention is the resilience that Adebayo mentioned in the intro, that foresight really helps you to be resilient, to build resilient systems and to build resilience in your team, because their thinking is agile and your systems are built to be agile and adaptable to change. And those conversations are continually happening within that space. And ultimately, I'd just like to conclude with saying that foresight in education should be student-centered. We should be looking at our students and thinking about what is the world we're creating for, and what is the world we're preparing them for likely to be, and what are the most important skills they need in order to engage with that world successfully. I think if we do that as educators, if we do that as educational institutions, then we will serve our mandate of preparing the next generation to take up the spaces that they need to take up. So I think with that, thank you so much for listening. Adebayo?
Yeah. 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 But I mean, that was so powerful. I just kept on writing down a number of things. I just kept on jotting down a number of things. Um, yeah. So where do I start from? So let me start from. Um, yeah. I mean, from that story you told about that school in Australia, who is doing scenario planning, and I remember that I was having a conversation with a school owner, and we're talking about this scenario planning thing, and and now it's something that must be done. I was trying to, while explaining to, I was drawing inspiration from COVID, how some
Mm,
countries engage scenario planning, trying to prepare for what it could mean. I mean, the possibilities, um that spectrum, and how they could address all of those issues and all of that. And I was seeing how was looking like, man, this was going to be difficult. This was going to be. So I know that scenario planning is something very powerful, very very powerful. And I
mm,
think that, I mean, my first question um would be for you to, like, beat the drum of from an African, beat the drum of scenario planning, as an important activity for any business right now. Yeah, from the
mm.
business perspective, and also from the learning perspective of the school, what school is offering, right? This of why scenario planning is very important. And and of course, some sort of guidance as to how school leaders can engage, can actually do it. If you can share a kind of, because for school leaders, I imagine that they have many things they are going through, the school, blah, blah, blah. If you can suggest a kind of very simple approach, to scenario planning for school leaders, so it doesn't look daunting, and they're like, hey, scenario planning, okay, so we are going to, just to ease their fears and see that, oh, this is something we need to do. So two things: first of all, why it's very important, and then a kind of simple approach to going about it for school leaders, to ensure that this is what we're talking about really happen.
Okay. So to address the first thing, why it's important, it for scenarios become a place for you to pull out the plans that you're going to implement in the present. So scenarios are based in the
Hmm.
future, but out of that future, you can then pull out that these are the steps that I need to take in order to walk my way into that future. Um, and so, if you can imagine it to be like visiting the future you, or visiting your future school, and envisioning what it feels like to be in that place, what the people are doing, the values that the people hold, um, the things that drive the people to act and participate in certain activities. So it's like creating a movie. And you know how
Hmm.
movies, they take into account everything. They take into account the costume, because what the person is wearing is speaking into life at that time. What the person is doing is speaking into that. The things that people are saying, the events that are happening around them, they all speak into creating the scenario that we would call the movie. So if you imagine a scenario to be like a movie of the future of your school, or
Hmm.
a movie of the future of the world. And then, whilst you're standing in that future, you now think about, so what do I need to do to to make sure that the things I like about this future actually happen, and the things that I don't like about this future don't happen. So with working with foresight, you're doing two things. You are actively promoting the things that you like, and you're actively working to mitigate the things in that future that you don't like. So, how do we now develop the scenario? How do you come up with this picture of what the future can look like? And the first thing is really to do your horizon scan, to look at what's happening in terms of the trends, what's emerging, and not just within our space. So sometimes people tend to limit their horizon scanning, which is when you're looking at things that are emerging, the distant, innovations that are happening, changes and shifts that are happening, not just in technology, but social trends, political trends, economic trends, um, trends and shifts in people's values. All of those are things that foresight practitioners look to as fuel to inform the scenarios that they then create. Because we have to admit that as humans, we are social beings, and we are acted on by many, many different forces. And
mm,
so when we're creating those scenarios as educators, we have to be looking at what are the societal shifts, what are the political shifts, what are the economic shifts that are going to affect education, what are the technological shifts that are going to affect education, what are the environmental shifts that are going to affect education. And once we have all of those fleshed out, we can then build that scenario and say, so if I attempt to build in a scenario from the things that I spoke about, if you can imagine a world in 2035 where we have more people um, moving onto the continent of Africa than leaving the continent of Africa, where we have a huge shortage of teachers
mm,
because teacher training colleges have been failing to recruit, where we have um, infrastructure that has covered the continent with um, digital connectivity for everyone. So that's a possible scenario. And out of that scenario, I can then say, as an educator, how am I going to build my school today for that time?
mm,
So when I
mm,
was presenting, I spoke about as a school founder, if I am now aware that there's a declining enrollment at teacher training colleges, and that this trend, for whatever reason, is going to continue for the next 10 to 15 years, to be proactive based on that scenario, I can now go into high schools, market an opportunity to send deserving students to teacher training colleges, and then bond them to my school as a way of making sure that even though there are reducing numbers of teachers graduating from colleges, my school is sustained. So that's where the resilience comes in, because when others are now scrambling for teachers because there's a shortage, you have you've built in a system and you've been working on a system over years to make sure that you're not affected by things like that. So I don't know if that sort of gives a flavor of what scenarios and scenario planning and the impact that they can have on decision making real time. So in my definition of it, remember I said it was strategic, and so
yeah.
when you have an idea of what the future is going to be,
Mm,
then you can be very strategic in the actions that you take in order to prepare for that future. So, in a nutshell,
mm,
that's what I would say is the importance of scenario planning within the educational context.
mm. Yeah, I think that was very simple. That was simple enough and very practical. I mean, for the school leader and also for the education professional. And I mean, this is so powerful, um, but then it's such a missing element in the education system today. I mean, if school leaders are thinking this way, they're going to reduce a lot of surprises. I mean, it's really going to be to their advantage a lot, a lot, a lot. Thank you for giving that very simple response. So talking about curriculum shift, talking about shift in learning environment. You know, I want us to go. I want us to go deeper into that area. Because one of the things you said, I noted it down that we cannot. Let me see. Was you said we cannot truly redesign content without redesigning where it's delivered.
Mhm.
Yeah, so that was one of the things you said that really got me thinking. We cannot truly redesign, learning content without also redesigning where it's been delivered,
Mhm.
because there has to be a connection between where it's been delivered, right, with where the kids are going to live in, the world the kids are going to live in. There has to be like a connection between the environment, right,
Yeah.
and the kind of world they are going to live in, a kind of connection and all of that. If you would just like share some more light, for teachers that are hearing this thing and they're like, okay, um I facing the reality. I mean, one of the realities for teachers, let's say in a place like Africa, and even on that continent, is the fact that we have ministries of education that are not agile, that have not embraced foresight. So most of the content that the teachers have to deal with, they are not future forward. They are not very relevant. So many important information, knowledge, content, they are missing, right? And then, so here's a teacher in a very traditional building, very traditional environment, and that yes is like, okay, so now I really want to do this, right? Just again making it just a kind of simple guide as regards what that kind of teacher can do, right? To redesign the content, and also yet redesigning the environment where it's delivered.
Mm. So I think teachers can sometimes find themselves between a rock and a hard place, especially if you're
Mm,
progressive, creative, and you're aware of the changes that are actually happening, and yet the system that you're working in is not supportive. And so it leaves you really stuck on how do you implement. Um, but I think there's some simple things that people can do. I mentioned that one of the things that teachers, the role of teachers shifting, and one of the things that teachers are going to need to do is facilitate developing the development of human skills. That does not need anyone to write content for you on how to do that. There's no book that can teach someone critical thinking. There's no book that can teach um, team building, no, collaboration or communication. That comes from interaction. And so, for the teacher who is maybe is in a low resource setting and doesn't have access to all the tech tools that they may want, and the support that they may want to do some of these things, they can start there. They can start by making sure that they infuse and mentor those soft skills in their students, and that is primarily done through conversation. Um, it's not content. It's not through content that you teach someone to be persistent. It's by giving them
mm,
work that teaches them to be persistent, that you develop that
mm,
persistence muscle. It's by providing them challenging work that makes them think, that you teach critical thinking. And even though
mm.
you're in a situation where you can't do everything, there is definitely something. Everyone can do something towards
Yeah,
shifting our students. It doesn't
yeah.
always have to be the tech. Because I find a lot of people will say, oh no, we don't have computers, so we can't do 21st century learning.
Mm,
And that's not true. You can do 21st century learning, because a huge part of 21st century learning is about growing the human being. And those are skills that don't need technology in order for them to happen.
mm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I love that. Still agree. I mean, like, you can do something.
You
There's
can do
something that
something.
everyone can do.
There's
Yeah,
something
there's something
everyone
that
can do.
everyone can do.
And as the
Mm,
opportunities arise to do more, so as the infrastructure develops, and now maybe you can teach digital
mm,
literacy, then you add the
mm,
digital literacy. If you can now teach the coding, you add the coding. But everyone everywhere
mm,
can do something. It just needs for there to be that awareness, and the
mm,
upskilling of the teachers, because unfortunately those who graduated from teacher training colleges prior to all this transformation happening have missed out on the conversations about soft skills development, about thinking skills, about computational thinking. They've missed out on that training. And so they may need opportunities for professional development in order to
mm.
understand what it is and how to go about it, and to realize that it's not in a textbook. Um,
Yeah,
and that's the challenge that I face with a lot of teachers who be like, okay, so where's the book? I'm like, there's no book. There's no book on persistence.
yeah. There's no book. Yeah.
There's no book on persistence. Persistence is something that you mentor and you coach. So it's almost like
Mm,
teachers transitioning from people who deliver content to people who
mm,
coach and mentor,
mm,
deliver
mm,
life
mm,
skills.
mm. Yeah. Oh my God, this is very powerful. Teachers transitioning from people who teach. When I say things like, I mean, teaching doesn't have a future. I don't
Mm,
think I don't. It's what you're saying right now. and how the world is evolving, right? If we look at it, right, we can see that it's very teaching is not so we're seeing now there's a need for people who know how to coach, right?
Mm,
Teachers moving away from teaching subjects to teaching skills. And teaching
yeah.
skills was saying there's no book for that. It's not
No.
it can't be delivered through content. Actually,
No.
it can't be delivered.
No.
I can't learn resilience through content.
No.
I can't learn
No.
creativity through content, right? Even if I take a course or someone is trying to tell me to be creative, you have to do this and do that. The doing, the work, the doing, the work is what
Mhm.
brings about building the skill over and over and over and over and over and over time. And that then now means that for the teachers, they also must not be strangers to these things. They must have a measure of these things.
And
They
it
mu-
also means that the system through which learning is delivered needs to change. It goes back to changing
mm,
the environment, because the
mm.
environment that was designed to deliver content is not necessarily fit to deliver skills.
Oh my, that's very deep. That's very deep. That's very deep. The environment. And it's so amazing that the next section after this, right, Sharon is going to be coming up and she's going to be dwelling on the issue of the environment because she has a school and they do more of outdoor. I mean, they are very keen on learning experiences and experiences
Mm,
outside the room, the classroom thing, and that's another very serious issue. And just like you said, I mean, everyone everywhere can do something. You don't
yeah.
have to wait until there's a perfect environment. You can't keep giving the status quo as the excuse why you're not doing something, right? While you're waiting, while you're advocating and you're waiting for something to change, you are doing something, you are moving. And I like how we're ending the conversation on the issue of the environment as well, so that for the
Mm,
kids what they are seeing, and it just prepares them mentally for where they're going to as well.
very true. Very, very true.
Yeah, yeah. So thank you so much, Dr. Priska. And so before you go, just one final word for our audience. The listening that have listened, for just one final word. Just one final bomb, just to get everyone going. As we move forward in the conference.
Um, the future is co-created. I think that would be my edification to everyone.
Mm,
Let's work on it. It's not something that we should allow to just happen to us, where we feel that we're
mm,
victims of it, especially within education, where it's very easy to allow to wait for instruction to come from somewhere about what I should do. We can
mm,
actually take a very active role in designing what our learning experiences should be like, what the profession of the future of teaching should look like, what the
mm,
schools of the future should look like. And so let's not shy away from it. It will be hard because change is hard. But
mm.
it will also be very rewarding when we start to see the results from it.
Powerful and absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Priska, for that final word. The future is co-created.
It is.
Wow. Yeah, amazing, 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 amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Priska. Thank you for this session on foresight for education leaders and professionals. I believe that everyone that is listening and that will listen to this conversation would definitely have a lot of things to think about. Shifting how we think, how they think about education and everything they are doing. And of course, I'm sure you're going to get a lot of feedback because we're asking the participants to share the things they're learning on LinkedIn, Instagram, and you're going to see what people are learning and how the decisions they want to make because of the information they're getting from these sessions, from your sessions as
No,
well. Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Priska. This has
no,
been an
thank you so
amazing
much for
session.
having me.
Um, to everyone listening, you can connect with Dr. Priska on LinkedIn. I met her on LinkedIn. You can connect with her on LinkedIn. You can follow her and see what she's doing. You can reach out to her, for the services that she also renders to and many things in that direction. Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Priska. It's been
Okay,
so
thank you
amazing
so
with you.
much.
Thank you. You're the best. Yeah. Wow. It just felt like the conversation should keep going. It just felt like the conversation should keep going and should not stop. It just felt like the conversation should keep going and should not stop. Wow. So this is a good way to start the conference today. today. I feel very pregnant. Um, Dr. Priska said a lot of amazing things. And I really want to believe that everyone is ready. Let's go. The future is co-created. The future is not something we enter into, it is something we create, and it has to be co-created. We need to tell ourselves what kind of future, where are we going to be in the next 10 years. We won't just ask the question and there's going to be a roadmap towards getting to that future. The future is co-created. It's not something we hope to enter. We're not thinking of entering it, we create it. Everyone is creating a future for themselves everywhere. China just launched flying taxis, right? That's in the testing mode and that's working. Everyone is creating a future for themselves. We are seeing how the world is evolving and many things are happening. I mean, I'm seeing, I'm seeing how I saw a doctor that performed an operation, a remote operation to remove the tumor, right? And in a remote location, that everyone is creating. Some people have created a future already, right? So, it's time to ask the question as an individual, as a business, as an organization, what kind of future do we want to create? And how do we get to that future? Right? Looking at scenarios, looking at the trends, looking at the way things are evolving and many things, right? The future is co-created. It's left for you where you will be as an individual in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years. That future is left with you to create it, right? And there are things that must happen every day, every week, every month, every year to get to that destination. The future is created, it is not something we enter into, right? Amazing. Okay. Ah, um, so we are going to be moving to the next session for today, right? So this is our second school spotlight session, right? So yesterday we had the first school spotlight, and that was at the Riverside School, right, with Kiran. I mean, that was so powerful. Wow. So she's such a blessing, such a sweet soul. Um, and today we are taking the second school spotlight, right? And we are taking you in this conference. Yesterday we took you to Riverside School, India, and we are taking you in this conference. Wait. I need to confirm the location. So I am taking you to the right place. Where is the location? Where are we going right now? Aha, we're going to Florida. We're going to Florida. We're going to Colossal Academy in Florida. I mean, in the United States, there's a lot of innovation happening in the United States, right? A lot of innovation happening in the United States. And, I'm going to be bringing Shira into the room. She's the founder and CEO of Colossal Academy, right? Where we're looking at alternative learning spaces, right? She's going to be taking us into into what Colossal Academy looks like. The world of school has evolved. I mean, there are new kind of school models that are coming up. You're going to see one shortly, and I can tell you, you're going to be wow, right? Just fasten your seatbelt, right? Just fasten your seatbelt. Okay. She's a second time speaker at K12 2030, and then the first time we had and she spoke about the power of learning experiences. My word. It was so powerful. I remember one of the participants, she was cool, and she told me, you said, "Man, that session was so powerful, was so deep." You know, I can tell you that, as she takes us, in this school spotlight session into Colossal Academy, you're going to see learning in another dimension. You're going to see another kind of school model, right, for 2030 and beyond. So, ladies and gentlemen, get set as I bring on board Shiren all the way from Florida. Hi, Shiren.
Good morning or good afternoon in Lagos, yeah?
Yeah, sure. It's happening in Lagos. Yeah,
So
thanks
it's
for joining. Thanks
8:15
for
in the
your time.
morning. It's a perfect time. Thank you so much for
Wow.
having me.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. Okay, so I'm just going to. There's going to be a time where I'm going to ask you some questions, but before I go into asking you my questions, I'm going to just step back and allow you to take us on that virtual tour into Colossal Academy where you're talking about alternative learning spaces, and then I'll come back like let's say 15-20 minutes later to ask some of my questions. Is that okay?
Great, sounds good.
Okay, amazing. I cannot wait. I'm ready. Okay,
Beautiful.
so
If you don't mind, I'd love to share my screen. I still am a
sure.
teacher. Let's see. All right. Thank you so much for having me. It's such an honor to participate in the conversations about the future. I understand what you were saying. I was listening earlier about we have to create it, right? And that if we're not creating it, we're passively allowing it to pass us. And so our tagline actually is "The future is bright." We really believe in a bright future that excuse me, that everything in the future and to come is going to be magnificent, and mostly because we're raising amazing young people who are going to be activated into providing nourishment for our communities. So, all right, let me get this party started. Thank you for your patience there. So, Colossal Academy, today I'm going to be speaking to you about embracing experiential learning everywhere. We would like to discuss about learning beyond the classroom today. So that's me. I am Shireen Radigan. I'm the pioneering founder of Colossal Academy. We are a network of schools that focus on real world, relevant, future forward education. I have over 12 years, I should say 13 years now of experience working with specifically adolescents. And we've been featured in Forbes magazine, Reimagined Learning. I am also a mother of 3 amazing daughters and a wife as well to an amazing husband. And I love to teach. I'm a teacher. I'm a 5th generation teacher. So I want to challenge you before we get started to just write into the chat or think for a moment, what was your favorite school memory? I want you to take yourself back to being in school, the days that you were a youth, and think about your favorite school memory. If we could just take, I don't know, let's take like 30 seconds. What was your favorite school memory? And if there's not exactly a favorite, I'm sure we've all had few favorites. Think about one that just jumps out to your mind of something positive that you had in your mind. If you wouldn't mind, could you write in the chat what your favorite memory was? Awesome. Music classes. Yes. Yes, I can imagine that. All right. So I would love to share. I think music classes is such a prime example for what we're going to actually be speaking about today. So much of what we do when we are doing music class together is experiencing. We're having a common experience together, right? And we're creating something magical together as a community. So, yeah, I can imagine music classes being such an impactful thing. All right, my favorite experience, the one that jumped out in my head when I was creating this presentation, was being a young child. And in one of the schools I went to, we had a greenhouse. And so we would go to the greenhouse. And, it was probably very small. I'm sure it was very small, but I was also very small. And so just experiencing being in a greenhouse, the smells of the plants and the soil, and just not being in a row, not being in a chair, not being in a desk, but really just being a part of the greenhouse, and we learned so much about plants there. So I wanted to bring this up because I think that many of our strongest memories are not actually what's in the workbook and the paper and the pencil. It's really focused on interactions oftentimes with positive teachers who made you feel very, very good. It could be a field trip or an outing or an experience that you had. Oftentimes it is some success or triumph, and we want to just continue to explore, celebrate those experiences, and that the majority of our school can actually be that. Lots of experiences that are just transformative. All right, so education is not about filling minds, it's about lighting the hearts with joy and discovery and the wonder of learning. And I saw this baby girl, I don't know who she is, but she just made me so happy and joyful. Our mission at Colossal Academy is to provide a future-forward education centered on relevant academic skills, emphasizing experiential and place-based learning with a unique curriculum that integrates project-based learning, entrepreneurship, and nature education. Those are kind of where the three pillars intersect. We are highly entrepreneurial, we do a ton of projects, and we spend a lot of time in nature. And the point of what we do and why we do it is to be of service to the community, so that if we create a product or good or invent something, that it should serve the larger communities. So at Colossal Academy, we believe that learning is not confined to a classroom. Actually, we need to break down the fourth wall of the classroom and go out and be a part of the community, and that learning can happen anywhere at any time. The students were learning how to net fish at a nature preserve. And so they were learning about a fishing technique and how you could study the fish in the area. Nature is a powerful teacher. Students engage with the environment to learn about science, art, and life skills. We go to the forest pretty frequently just to go on walks, just to be out together in the nature. We integrate real-world experiences by using community spaces, local businesses, and public areas as extensions of the classroom. So what does that mean? Community spaces, local businesses, and public areas. So community spaces for us, libraries, community centers. We also work with the senior center. So people who are 65 and older, they have community centers for just that population. So we will engage with our seniors to make sure that they at least once a month have a board game with us. Our local businesses, that is so expansive. Sometimes we're just going to learn about a pizza shop and we go into that space, as well as sometimes they offer it as a space in the location that we can gather. Our schoolhouse is very, very small, which means that oftentimes we need to meet, if we're going to be with all the families and all the students, that we need to meet outside of our little schoolhouse. Public areas, which are community parks, libraries, nature preserves, and we go to the beach every other week. Students learn how to surf with a beautiful program called Surf Skate Science. There they learn the physics of surfing and skateboarding. They learn the science behind weather and marine biology. They learn about the physiology and what creates balance and how to balance yourself in a board. And yeah, it's just an amazing experience. So we utilize the beach every other week and a public skate park on the other week. We really encourage that students are connecting with their physical surroundings, because how can we preserve it if we have no relationship with it? Here in the States, we spend a lot of time indoors, and so it has to be a conscious effort to bring young people outside to engage with the natural world. Our students aren't allowed to have cell phones throughout the day. And so they are forced to actually be with each other and forced to be with the nature that they're in. We know that it's so powerful for their emotional well-being and as well as their personal interest. I have a student that's really into reptiles, and so he'll chase the lizards around and teach everybody about the lizards that we're finding. And it gives them grounding. It gives young people grounding and a reminder that we're a part of nature. It's not something over there, but that exists within us. And if we want to continue to be a part of this planet, we have to, be in balance with nature. This is a day on the beach with our young ladies. So they surf and skate on Fridays, as I told you before, but we understand also we're getting so much more retention. They come to school, they're on time, they're not late. They wake their families up to make sure that their family gets them to school on time. They're excited to be there. We know that studies have shown that experiential learning significantly increases retention rates. Middle school, we work with grades 6 to 12th grade, which is around the ages of 11 to 18. We've seen in the US a really sharp decrease in attendance. So people are not going to school. We feel at Colossal that it's not relevant. And that's why young people are not going to school, because they don't find any relevance in what's happening in what they're learning. So if we can't give them something that's going to be relevant, not only the skills that they need, but also something that touches their hearts, right? Like we can't just teach them to teach them. We need to be teaching for meaningful skills as well as things that interest them, right? So studies have shown that experiential learning significantly improves retention rates. According to research from the National Training Laboratory, students retain 75% of what they learn through hands-on practice, compared to just 5% from lectures and 10% from reading. And this is from the National Training Laboratory. So STEM and nature, they go hand in hand. So incorporating outdoor activities to teach subjects like biology, physics, environmental science is allowing students to see the real world applications of their lessons. So if we talk about aptitude, right, of a wave, you can see it in the wave. If we go out, instead of imagine you're at a beach, we're at a beach. And that makes it so significant and so real and tangible for young people. So when we talk about an aptitude of a wave, and there's a wave that's about to break, we're like, okay, this is the aptitude of the wave, and what's the wavelength look like, and look at the different waves afterwards. When we talk about marine biology, and we can literally take a crab out and talk about its legs and feet and exoskeleton, and we can have a full conversation, or jellyfish. And then I've been stung by a jellyfish on the beach, and so we used vinegar to cut the chemical reaction, and then that's a whole conversation around vinegar and the chemicals that are being produced by the jellyfish and why it's attacking the nervous system. And so it's beyond what we could probably ever imagine if we're just looking to the text to help our students understand deep subjects like biology and any of the sciences, really. So at Colossal Academy, we believe in the power of learning through real world experiences. Here is our students creating a tomato farm. They made a pizza garden because they found out that basil, oregano, and tomatoes, if you put them in the same garden, they keep the bugs from the tomatoes. And so then they were working with the permaculture practices that allowed them to learn about the natural insecticides without spraying chemicals that they were gonna then eat, right? So then we had a ton of tomatoes that we could can and jar and share with our families. And that it was tangible and real for them. Not just imagine that you had a tomato garden and what are you going to do with all the tomato, but the actual question and the problem in front of them that they need to solve. And the beautiful thing about young people is they solve problems head on and they're not afraid. So adults have had lots of failures, and so we tend to be less risk taking. Adolescents are amazing because they just haven't had that. And so they're not afraid of anything. And so they have amazing solutions, and they will try to solve problems if we just give them the problems to solve. So some of our impactful projects that we've done, we've been raising awareness around the coral reef and the bleaching of the coral over the last few years here in Fort Lauderdale and Miami area. Our coral reef has been significantly decreasing due to the rise in the temperature levels of the ocean. So students partnered with Surfskate Science, which is our community partner, as well as local businesses to try to solve this challenge. They took on the sunscreens and the sun protection to figure out which sun protections were actually doing harm to the coral reef and trying to raise awareness around using better sun protection. Additionally, they did an installation, an art project where I think over 150 different participants came in and created a beautiful piece of art, which we installed on the beach to raise awareness around the coral reef for Coral Reef Day. They are hands-on and they're touching it and they're playing with the materials and raising awareness, and then they could talk to people as they passed by about the importance of saving our coral reefs. We also spend a lot of time in service projects. We believe that service is the maximum objective of learning, is to be of service to our community members. So we do regularly trash cleanups, beach cleanups. We also, we do art installations as we see here, and I'm going to share another one with you in a moment, and just creating awareness around environmental issues. So one of our service projects is we decided that we wanted to paint a fence outside of our school. It's 140 feet, which is fairly large. I don't know what that is in meters, but in the US we haven't converted yet to meters, but it's very large. And so they worked with a very famous muralist from Miami. His name is Golden 305. And he came and he taught the kids how to spray paint and create this beautiful mural across our garden fence. We have also taken over a vacant lot that was used as a dump site for some of the construction. So lots of concrete, rebar reinforcements were dumped into a location. And so we cleaned it up and then turned it into a food forest. And now they are doing container gardening so that they can learn how to grow their own fruits and vegetables. This is an example of when so in South Florida, we have these plants called mangroves, and mangroves are really vital for when we have hurricanes because they actually act as shock absorbers to the water that's flowing in. And so unfortunately, with the deterioration of the beach, we're losing a lot of our mangroves, which also means we're losing a lot of the protection against hurricanes. So the students had a mangrove nursery, and they grew mangroves over a span of 9 months, and then they were able to plant them. And we're going to continually go there to see the progress of the mangroves. That day, they planted over 200 mangroves. If we have an 80% success rate, we're going to be really great in being successful in helping with the restoration of mangroves. Another thing we do that isn't just around science, I'm a mathematician, or I'm a math teacher. I don't know if I'm a mathematician, but I love math. And so oftentimes the students are like, why do I have to learn this? When will I ever use this? Right? There's a lot of why should I do this? So we go out into the community. So this is an example of when we went out to the grocery store and they had to go to the different aisles and price things out, figure out the pricing, and then they had a recipe that they needed to follow. I gave them real cash and they could use that budget in order to purchase what they needed for the recipes, as well as track the different the different pricings against the weights. So how much per ounce, again, US US weight standards, but how many grams per dollar they were going to be spending. And so they were able to really, in real time, do the math real time and figure out how much tax they were going to need to pay. And then the challenge was if they stayed under budget, they got to keep the money. So they learned really quickly that they didn't need a full box of pasta, that they could split with their partner. And then they could both keep some money left over. So that was a really significant and fun and exciting field trip where students got to learn how to budget and use math. So how are we measuring some of these success? We are, besides the fact that we do formative essays and creative projects and demonstrating our learning through rubrics and, grades, we also work on portfolios. So every child is building their own website, which is a portfolio of learning that they decide that they want to showcase their best work on there. And so students have the opportunity to showcase with the larger communities, online and in person, of what they're doing. And they get to assess themselves in part with the peer assessment, self-assessment, and teacher assessment goes into the grading. Again, real world applications. We assess their participation in community projects or entrepreneurship initiatives. So we nearly, I would say 80%, I don't have the exact number, but around 80% of our students run and own a business. Some of them are anywhere from a beauty care product line. We have students who sew and make. I have a student who makes little dresses for guinea pigs, for pets. We have someone who has a bath bomb business, jewelry making. So just the success, that we can track their success by how many sales they're having. It's a really easy and tangible way of seeing their success. This is a beach cleanup that we did. We collected over 70 pounds of trash that day in an hour. So this student tried and tried and tried over and over. I didn't have all the trials to show you, but he over and over tried to get on that board, and this was a success for him. So teacher and peer feedback, we are just in observation. We watch, we take a look, and when they achieve something like being able to skate on that skim board, it's a success, right? We can even track that by just how many tries he does. It was repeatedly over and over and over, and that was his first time actually gliding on the board. The great thing about surfing and skateboarding is that 99% of it is actually failure. So they're learning how to fail all the time and just get back up and try again, get back up and try again. And so their relationship to failure is actually quite wonderful. They're used to failing and that is not indicative of who they are, but that it just takes another shot, or it takes another time, or it takes more focus, or maybe it was done. And that talking about what didn't work actually is quite beneficial for their next attempt, and that we're constantly in the innovation and in the process of learning. We incorporate family and parent feedback. We ask the parents, how are you doing? How are they learning? We also take formative assessments, norm reference and tests at the beginning and the end of the year. And we're showing great growth within the year between where they start and where they end at the end of the year. And these are just really math skills, language arts skills, like what actually do they know besides how to surf, right? And their scores are increasing, and their growth rates are some of the highest in the nation. students are learning about neurological systems. So they had to be blindfolded and pass on a neuron electrical impulse in between the nerve system. And this was just a hands-on, fun, play-based way to get them to understand how the nervous system works. And the more we're out and about and doing that, and they're physically touching things and experiencing and tasting and smelling, the deeper the learning is. Research has shown that by the Association for Experiential Education, it highlights that students engaged in the experiential learning develop stronger problem solving and critical thinking skills. These skills are crucial for navigating complexities of the real world.
I don't mess with raccoons.
So we go to the forest quite frequently, and this is an opportunity for kids to just get lost in the forest. As much as I'd love to say that's what they actually do, they're not actually lost in the forest. I can see them the whole time, but they feel like they're lost in the forest, which is the most important. And then they find their way out to the path, and it's really a beautiful time of brotherhood and sisterhood. And they get to, it depends on the child. Some kids like to run in the forest. Some kids like to build forts. Some kids like to collect plants, right? You get to see them at a different state, and what might they be drawn to? Some of my boys are very active, and so they like to run a lot and get that energy out. And as well as some of my girls are super active and they just love to run and play and climb trees. And then we have other students who want to look really deeply and identify a plant, or that's a mushroom and we shouldn't touch that, right? And some kids just want to like sit at the dock and look at the lake and just be one with the lake. So the Journal of Experiential Education found that students involved in experiential learning report higher levels of engagement and intrinsic motivation. This is because they see the relevance of their learning and how it applies to their life and future goals. It's not something out there, it's what we're experiencing, and that everything is a part of the larger system. At Colossal, we believe we see these benefits firsthand. Our students have successfully launched business, contributed to community projects, helped in deep sense of civic responsibility, which I'll talk to you about in just a moment, all while achieving academic success. These outcomes are not just theoretical, they are real, they're measurable, and impact our communities to experiential learning, impacts our commitment to experiential learning. Here we were building a wave out of recycled plastic bottles to raise awareness around the plastics in our oceans. Another civic engagement project that we did, there's a crosswalk. In the US, we call them crosswalks. So it's where the light and the street kind of meet. And if you want to cross the street, especially as Colossal kids, you need to use a crosswalk. They found that there was a deficiency in crosswalks because it directly infected them. So what they did was decided that they wanted a meeting with the transportation board for Fort Lauderdale to ask them to put in 2 crosswalks so that they could go to the park without having to take the long way. Although it was, I mean, these are real questions that they wanted answered. What they learned really quickly is that these processes take time, and just because it appears that it's just 2 strips of white paint on the ground, that it's a much larger project that the city would need to take on, which means a traffic study, as well as it needs to be on the books. And then what the Department of Transportation told them is that could be 3 years out. And so then they got really upset about that because they couldn't, why would it need to take that long for something that's so simple and so tangible and so easy to rectify? So they did their own traffic study and sent that to the Department of Transportation. Although we don't have the crosswalks yet, it was still an important project for them to build speeches and talk. Another thing that's happening on Tuesday is that some of our natural parks have that are supposed to be protected. Looks like there's a proposal to put a golf course on 2 of the natural parks. And so students are getting together and going to vocalize their disapproval because of the water resources that are needed for golf courses. They weren't interested in using our fresh water in order to have golf courses. They've also studied and found out that the fertilizers that are used at golf courses are really harmful for the ocean. And as you see, we love our ocean. Okay, so I would love to prompt you before we close this up. I'd love to prompt you to find out. I would love for you to think about a subject or a topic that you're currently teaching or working with. How could you take this lesson outside the traditional classroom or the office setting that you're in? So I would love to challenge you to think about that. And if you have any ideas, go ahead and put it in the chat. Yeah, I think, you could think about one thing. I want you to think about one thing that you might be teaching a young person, and how can you, if nothing else, you could teach that same thing outside. And you've already significantly changed their trajectory of memory and learning that same subject. And even if that were like formulas or going over the multiplication table over and over, when you are outside, you're learning it in a better way. But even more than that, start to think about if you were, I'm a math teacher, so I would want to start to, I would love to start to look at, going outside is the first. If nothing else, taking that exact lesson and walking outside with it changes the amount of retention you're going to have from young people. What else? Okay, so math, let's just think about multiplication tables. You could have kids pick up sticks, right? And put them in order and say, okay, isn't it faster if you put these in chunks of 5s? And this is how so now we can count to 100 really quickly. Whereas counting 1, 2, 3, 4 takes a longer amount of time, right? Like that is a quick and easy way to work on the multiplication table. Experiential learning. So anything that's happening in your community that could perhaps bring in the youth voice, right? So if it could be big or small, it could be a development project that's happening in your neighborhood. It could be anything. The water system and how water is being used or transported in your community. How could we make it more efficient? Or solar power, adding solar power, or water power, or wind, using harnessing wind to create clean energy. So kind of think about that and what challenges you could bring for to your children, to your students or your children or your community to solve. And I think you'll be surprised the more that you challenge young people with really tough questions, the better the answers are. A lot of times we think that, that's grown-up stuff, right? Like they don't need to do that. They go to school, they need to learn, but it's not that. It's like we actually need to reincorporate our youth into the communities. Something I wanted to talk about is that I feel that this is not a new concept. This is an old concept. We have always been in our community. And I would say that the industrial and traditional education, as we kind of see it now, has actually ripped us from our community. And it's time to re-engage our community with our young people. and in the way that it has always meant to be. I think that the traditional education system as it is right now has actually done a lot of harm as far as like ripping our kids from our elders and our community members and being actively engaged. So we have to take some of the traditional education system and bring it forward by re-engaging young people in our community, but also bringing these critical learning skills that we've learned from the traditional ed. We can't throw out the traditional education system. Like, we have a saying, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. We're not going to throw out the traditional education system. We're going to take what we've learned from that, which is like deep dive into subjects and mastering disciplines and in the academy, but we're going to do it in a way that still reignites our or reconnects us with our community members. Okay, our next prompt for you. Okay, consider the resources in your community or immediate environment. What local businesses, parks, museums, art galleries could you go to? This is Alvin Sherman Research Library. This is actually at a university. We went there to learn about how they research. And so where could you partner? Parks, museums, even like recreation parks. So if you have any amusement parks close by, those are great partnerships. Parks, as far as like city parks or garden areas, green spaces. Museums, any museums that might be in your local communities, community groups you might be able to partner with. If there's a group doing one kind of activity, then maybe you could partner with them in order to form something together. So I'd love for you to think for just a moment about what resources do you currently already have that you could just utilize. I think we're not sure. We're not sure how to start to engage with our local businesses, for instance. And really, it's just like, I want to bring my students. We're so interested in the pizza that you're making, or we're so interested in the bread that you're making. We would love to come see how you do it. Would that be okay? And I think that you're going to find that they're so excited to share their passion, because people who start businesses, that's their passion and they want to share. And so I think that it's a great opportunity for business owners to actually pour into young people. And so I challenge you to maybe look at a small business or a local business and ask them, can I bring a few students over there? And don't start big. Start with 3 or 4 students who might have the interest in that particular realm. So if we're talking about bread making, you might have some students that really love to cook naturally, and it's a really great community connection for them, not only for maybe future employment, but to start to build ideas or just have a working memory of what a bread maker might be, right? Or pasta maker, or what that looks like. Okay, so if you want to connect, you can find me on Instagram and Facebook. Our tag is @ColossalCommunity, or you can email me, Shireen @colossal-academy.com. Thank you so much for your time today. I hope that maybe you feel inspired to go take a walk in nature or to take on a service project and bring young people with you. They are fully capable of answering large questions within our community and contributing. You have to remember the pyramids were made by adolescents and teenagers, as well as Rome. So, because we didn't live that long, right? So young people have actually been participating in building large empires, and we have to let them unlock that. It's our responsibility. So thank you so much for having me.
Wow. That was a journey. I mean, I wish I can show you my notes so you can see I wish I can show you my notes so you can see the things um, that I was jotting all the way. I just kept on writing several things. I just kept on writing and writing and writing. I mean, this was really so it was really so inspirational for me. First of all, so inspirational. I mean, a lot of ideas were just flying through my head while you were speaking. So I was just jotting them down, just putting them down, just putting them down. And I know that a lot of our audience are also having that same experience. That's one of the aim of this conference. It's a place you come to get inspired to pursue new results, to pursue next level impact. I have so many questions, right? And I'll just take them one by one. Thank you so much for all you do at Colossal Academy. Thanks for this reminder again that it's time to go outside. It's time to go outside. It's time to go outside. While you were speaking, one of the things I wrote down was the fact that for a biology class, one day in the forest is more precious than 3 months in the classroom. Right? I said that because, I mean, after the 3 months, and the only thing we're doing is writing stuff on paper, drawing stuff on paper, like we get to forget a lot of those things afterwards. They don't stay in there. And as you rightly said, when you ask us that question, what are the memories that you can easily, bring back, and you will just discover that the things that we can really remember, they're tied to STEAM, they're tied to science, technology, engineering, art, and those kind of things that we can get. Thank you for reminding us again. This is a very timely reminder that we must not be engrossed within that school environment. It is depriving these kids of a lot of things. We need to think outside. It's time to go outside. That's what I'm taking from this conversation. It's time to go outside. It's time to go outside. Okay, so uh the first question I like to ask, because so for school leaders that are listening, so just try to look at it. School leaders are listening there right now. They have a traditional kind of environment. They are thinking about going outside. I mean, now they want to go outside, and then they are looking at a very easy way, I mean, a kind of a simple way to get this started. I always like very simple steps, ABC, like ABC of getting started. I know you've said a lot of things in the presentation that are very, very relevant. But just to touch on it on a deeper level, for a school that wants to break into the world of outdoor learning, into the world of experiential learning, into the world of authentic learning, you know what will be like the ABC for that kind of school as regards getting started? Step one, step two, step three, just so they are comfortable to an extent, with just making that leap. What would be your ABC for that kind of school?
It's a great question. At the very least, go read a book outside. At the very least, go outside, and you can read to your students, or you can read in community, or everybody can read by themselves. Just being outside is going to change the dynamics. And students will have ideas like, couldn't we walk to the park? Couldn't we? And then you're going to challenge the distance between your school. You're going to challenge how far you can go away from your school. And I would start with walking distances, right? Things that are directly in your community, like directly across the street, across the way. So the first thing is take a book outside. Just do what you're doing, but outside. And that just changes everything. They can feel and breathe, and the sun and the nature is connecting with them. The next step I would say is grow some food. Start a community garden, even if it's just one little row, because then you're connecting and you're building, you're going to nourish your bodies with this food. It's so beautiful, and the kids really love to see it from seed, and it takes a longer amount of time. So we're in a digital age, even this conference is amazing that I could be speaking to you across the ocean. And what's been really a challenge for our young people is how to slow down. And nature provides that. So if you grow food, they have to wait 9 months before they can eat something that they built. And And they have to watch
mm,
really slowly as it starts to unfold. And so one of the things that we've had to like do with the students is don't pick that yet. Just wait. Give it another week. Give it another 2 weeks. The first time you see a banana on a tree and on a banana plant, you just want to go for it and cut it off, right? But it won't grow to its
yeah.
fullest potential, and it's not actually nourishing if you cut it before that time. So just wait. You have to wait.
Mm,
Observe it. Look how
mm,
fast it's going. Look how
mm,
slow it's going. Fruits take a much longer time than vegetables. So if you can, we're growing cassavas right now, which takes a significant amount of time. But once we harvest the cassava, then that whole, the whole cane, the whole stick can then provide 20 or 30 more cassava plants, right? And so they've learned that we just
mm,
harvest the
mm,
cassava, we might get maybe 10 roots from that. And then from that cane though, can provide another 20 more cassava plants that has 10 or 20. So that's really a beautiful thing to watch. And it's so cool. They go really fast. They're really resilient plants. Cassava, I mean, I can't speak enough. I mean, you already know cassava, but I love cassava as a plant. I think it's going to be one of the answers to world hunger. And then we can have those conversations. Moringa is a great plant, grows really fast, super hardy, high in protein. They can eat it as the leaf from the tree. You can boil it, you can make teas. Another solution that we've been seeing from the UN as a possible solution to ending world hunger. So if they can participate in creating food, that's always great. And then you break bread together and you're sharing and you're eating together. And that is so beautiful. So think about one crop or a couple crops that you could actually just put into your school. Give someone some jobs, like it's your job to water this week, and see how quickly they're ready to run out of your classroom to go water the plants and just have that moment. And if water is scarce, as it is in many parts of the world, then having that conversation about how can we collect rain? What can we do to harness water? What is happening? Why are we deficient in water? And having that conversation around water, and even flushing toilets. We've had quite an extensive conversation around why are we using fresh water to as waste management, right? And that there are lots of other solutions besides using fresh water. So you'll be surprised how one crop can bring a full conversation around everything you could ever imagine. We're learning how to, I would like to make fufu with our cassava.
wow.
That would be, our gari would be even better, right? So the fermentation of it, how long
Wow,
it,
I like that.
right? It's so we're talking a lot about that and the different ways that you can prepare cassava. And so it's going to be such a beautiful, beautiful lesson for them. So reading outside, if nothing else, take your book, go outside. The next level up, grow some plants.
Powerful.
The next level up is grow a garden that you can eat from. And our families come and harvest from our garden. We have enough space, thank God. We were able to take over this vacant lot. We have enough space that we could, if we really did it right, we could feed the entire city block from the amount of space that we have. We're not there yet, but we could if we wanted to, right? And so thinking about how to share what you grow with your community too, and just bringing home a handful of tomatoes or bringing home some peppers is just so powerful. And that you could take the peppers from the plants and put it right back into the ground. Yeah. So that's my answer. Go outside. Start there. Go outside. And then ask the kids, where do you want to go? And you'll be surprised because they'll give you all the solutions. And then even challenge them to figure it out. How are we going to do that? Do we need money for this? Is this going to require us to raise funds? How would you want to raise funds? Not everybody can afford to go to that. How are we going to raise funds to do that? Let's make it so that no family has to pay for it, right? So come up with a business idea. You want to wash cars? What do you want to do to make sure that everybody gets to go on this field trip to where do you want to go, right? So I think turning it back on the students and making them have solutions, it can be a little bit messy, but what we're finding is they're learning, and they're learning deep math, deep problem skills. Like they're testing high on these non-formal, front of the house instruction. They're still learning the skills.
Powerful, amazing. Thank you for sharing this. So let's talk about parents one bit because one of the challenges, um, I'm just trying to use inversion thinking to think about the challenges that people might experience while breaking into this world of experiential and authentic learning. Parents, so tell me, how have you managed, your parents as regards their expectation and getting them to align with this kind of like how has it worked? Can you let us into that?
Yeah, I think that first of all, just examples of it and seeing it. So when they go online and they see what we're doing, they know if their child that we know our kids. I know my children. For
Mm,
my oldest does not go to my
mm,
school. She doesn't like nature. She doesn't want to go outside. She doesn't want to touch dirty things. She's autistic and she's deaf and hard of hearing. This is not the school for her, right? But my middle child, this is
mm,
absolutely the school for her. My baby girl, absolutely the school for her. So that's one thing, having choice
mm,
where there's options to make choices like this are wonderful. The other thing is, I'm just super transparent with the families. We go on one field trip a week. This is what we do, at least one
mm.
field trip a week, and then just
One field
constant
trip per week.
communication.
Mm,
Yep, one field trip a week. So we're either surfing or skateboarding. So that's automatic. But right now, as we speak, the students are at a place where they're learning how to canoe, and they're having like battleship canoe where they're dumping water on each other and
wow.
trying to get each other out of. So it's team building. We do a lot of team building. So we're just super
Mm,
upfront with the families, and then we invite them in. In sometimes we need more grown-ups to come and join us, and oftentimes they say, "This is the school I needed for me." Like, can
mm,
I go to school with
mm,
you? So I
mm,
found actually that they're more receptive. We do have a school in Mexico, so for that particular school, safety is a serious issue, right? So that's one of the hurdles that they have. Our hurdles are different. Everybody has like a different, their
mm,
particular hurdle are the physical safety of being outside with children, right? And so they do a lot around taking smaller groups and having 3 adults with 10 kids to be able, and then the parents are responsible for 3 kids, or so just making sure
mm.
that they're involved when they can, and then we just work on scheduling when families are available for that. So they actually go to the beach too. They're in Merida, Mexico, and so they will go to the beach, and it's a whole organized plan and accountability of making sure we know which kid is with who. They're first and foremost. I mean, everybody's first and foremost at every colossal is safety, right? But they have an extra challenge of safety in Mexico, so we have to just take the measures, have a specific driver, and make sure that we are with the kids at all times. So they don't have as much freedom in the way that we do in the U.S. to just send them to the woods, right? Like safety is an issue everywhere, but that is a concern definitely. So involving them in taking some families with us to be responsible, high accountability, right? When you give high accountability, then people will
Yeah,
rise to the occasion.
yeah, yeah. Powerful, powerful. Thank you so much, Sharon. Thank you. Thank you for this virtual tour into the world of possibilities at Colossal Academy. I must confess, I'm so inspired. There are so many things going through my mind right now. I mean, I need to just take some time and just think about all of those ideas and how I'm going to put them together. But thank you for showing us these possibilities and for reminding us again, of the real essence of learning, what it should look like, and what is possible. How you have navigated your journey, and how many schools can just jump on this journey as well. We can have many schools, drawing inspiration from Colossal Academy. When I think about Colossal Academy, when you started, and when I think about um, the next generation of school owners, the next generation of school owners. I mean, for someone like me, if I want to have a school, right, you can imagine what my school will look like. I haven't seen what's happening at Colossal Academy and a number of other amazing schools. I wouldn't want to do something lesser, right? I would want to ride on that intelligence, on these possibilities. And I mean, I'm seeing a new generation of school leaders, a new generation of school entrepreneurs, that are going to come up just like yourself, that will have the courage to start because you have started, and and then era this new generation of schools that are doing something more authentic and more experiential. Yeah, so much inspiration. Thank you so much, Shiren. Thank you. Thanks for your time. I know you have to join your students real quick. I know you told me, so I'm going to let you go. I won't keep you for too long, but we are
Thank you
so
so much.
grateful. We are so, so grateful.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for your time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for
Yeah.
having me. Thank you for speaking truth into the future and being holding space for what we're projecting into the future, right? It's so important to be talking about that. And what are we actually going to be needing? Um, it's
Yeah.
it's a lot more deeper connection to nature. Actually, we're going to need a deeper connection to ourselves, a deeper connection
Mm,
to community, right?
mm,
So we have to wake up from that
mm.
amnesia, and we can have a joyful learning experience. It doesn't have to be about dominance and control,
Yeah.
right? And shame, and
Yeah.
that actually joy, centering joy and a joyful experience goes farther and deeper.
Yeah.
And when I
Yeah.
say joy, I mean that for the teachers too, right? Like, so the administrators have to be exhibiting joy so that they can give joy to their
Mm,
teachers and pay them well and feed them and have fun. It's like it's a party at Colossal. We're having a lot of fun, and teachers
yeah.
are on
Yeah.
the canoes
Absolutely.
with the kids, and they're getting to heal some of the things that they experience themselves just by being a teacher with the young people. So they have to be experiencing joy in order to know what joy is feeling like. So the less dominance and control we have over our teachers, right? Because they're experts, they know what they're doing.
Mm,
There's an art and a science that
mm,
goes with teaching, and we have to really trust and believe in our teachers to do that work, that their calling, our sacred vocation is to
mm,
teach, right? And so we have to trust that and
mm,
and center joy. And so, um, we talked about learning outside of the classroom, but we learn a lot in the classroom too. A lot of it is like the
mm,
joyful experience of an expression of what we're learning. And so the more we can experience joy, the bigger and brighter our futures are going to be. So thank you so much for having me. I'm going to hop to the, we're going to go
yeah.
swimming today. So I'm going to hop out over there. So I'll keep you posted. Watch the photos. I'll send them
Sure.
through LinkedIn. And thank you for being such a
Sure.
champion for
Sure.
Colossal.
Sure. 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 Thank you so much.
Have a
Wow.
great day. Future's bright.
Yeah. And you too. And you too. Yeah. I mean, it's been a great journey. Oh my God. It's been a great journey. It's been a great journey. I mean, like we need to take a very quick break, a very short break, because we're about to transition. The amazing thing about today is that all the sessions for today, they are so connected. Dr. Priska, when she started, where she ended was where Shiren picked it from. She ended at environment, and Shiren came, pick it up from environment. Now Shiren is ending her session, and she's talking about humanity, connecting with ourselves, safe places, a better world, a better society, and that's exactly where our next speaker is picking it from. You see, co- concerning our next speaker, I I lack words. Um, I lack words. In my journey, and we're going to just take a very short break, 5 minutes. Like seriously, I need to take a break. The last two sessions, I don't want to enter this third session. I want to make sure I'm mentally ready for this third session, right? Because what I've heard in the last two sessions is just so much that I need to just take a break and stay behind the screen for a little while, right? So that we can then jump on the third section, right? But for this third session we're moving into, oh my God, um, um, Dr. Tom is one of those few persons I've experienced. I remember when he spoke last year at the conference. After that conference, my passion changed. There was something about me that changed. I became more interested in humans, in humanity. My desire, my passion for a better world and how education plays a role in that, right, was increased. There was a surge, right? The passion was higher, it was heavier, right? Hear him talk about project-based learning, And from that perspective, it lifted something in me, gave me a burden that became a new cause for the things I was doing all the way from then up till now. All right. But one thing I will tell you that if you listen to Dr. Tom, I can tell you, if you listen to Dr. Tom, what is going to happen to you is that in a moment you are going to be changed, you are going to be more burdened, you are going to be more concerned about the world and about how the world is evolving. We're going to get on with Dr. Tom in the next 5 minutes thereabout. We'll just take a very short break, and 5 minutes we're going to move into that journey. um okay, just one sec. Hello, people. Um, yeah, I'm super excited. It's been an amazing journey today, and we are getting ready for the third session. I mean, like I told you, um, um, if you are looking for an opportunity to be inspired, to become a passionate education, one that is interested in um, using education as a tool to advance humanity, to advance a better world. Um, this is a session you've been waiting for. We're talking about the Green PBL, this project-based learning for a better world. Um, and it's a great honor for us to have Dr. Tom in the studio with us this afternoon, bringing wisdom, bringing word, bringing information to us on this subject matter. Um, I'm going to bring Dr. Tom into the room right now.
Hello, Adebayo. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello, sir. Good afternoon from Lagos, Nigeria.
Good afternoon to you. Very early morning here. It's great to see you again.
Oh, same here, sir. Same here, sir. It's so good to see you again, sir. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your time. I mean, it's a great honor for me personally to listen to you again. I haven't listened to you for quite some time. And so the last time I had this opportunity, I know what it did to me. I know what it did to my spirit. I know what it did to my mind. And I am looking forward to an amazing experience again today, and same as the audience too. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's my great pleasure to be here again, Adebayo. Thank you again for inviting me back. Uh, I enjoyed it, and it's equally meaningful to me to have an opportunity to speak to your audience because I don't get that opportunity that often. And as you know from our conversations over the last few years, uh, my interests are very global. I am interested in
Mm,
how we improve education globally. And my one of my guiding principles in life is that we're all in this together, regardless of where we live,
yeah.
or we're in this together.
Mm,
And we either work together
mm,
or we may not make it together. That's part of the theme of my
mm,
presentation this afternoon. So I know we call it Green PBL, which immediately you think it's going to be about climate change, and it is a little bit, but I really want to talk about how project-based learning can be more impactful to make a positive
mm,
difference in the world. That's really what
mm,
I'm about. Now, I had a beautiful PowerPoint prepared for you, Adebayo, and for the audience, and I have decided not to use that. And the
okay. That's fine.
reason is this. What I have to say, in my opinion, is too important for a PowerPoint. It's not
Mm,
something you should read. It's something that you should feel. So as
mm,
I talk
mm,
with your audience today, I'm going to ask everyone to act as if we're on a conversation together. And I want people
yeah.
just to listen. And
Mm,
I hope they will listen with their heart. And if you're in a room, and I'm speaking now directly to the audience, if you are in a room, look around at your colleagues. If you can see any trees outside, look at the trees. If you can hear a state of listening to everyone, that's important. All right.
yeah.
Did I lose you for a minute?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
So that's
yeah.
important.
Yes. Yes. So we're good. Yeah. So I'll just stay behind while I allow you to take us on the journey. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So this is important. We have reached, I think, uh, possibly the most important point in education in history. I think that we need to take some major steps. And the way I think about this sometimes is I try to imagine myself, which was a long time ago, as 14 years old. And I'm 14 years old and I'm in the classroom, and my teacher is saying, study hard. My parents are saying, study hard. Everyone is saying to me, study hard so that you can perhaps go to a university, a good university in Africa. Maybe you go think about going to UK, US, China. And after you go to university, then you can go out and get a very good job and you'll be successful. That's sort of what you hear as a 14-year-old. That's part of what you hear. But the other part you're hearing from media, maybe TikTok, adults, things are not working well in our world. And there is even some thinking that the world may not survive past the year 2050. The climate issues are so severe that they may overtake us. We have the possibility of a failed planet. Now just think about putting yourself back then as a 14-year-old. You're doing your maths homework. You're being told to study hard. That's one message. And the other message is, let's see, if I do the maths, I'm now 14. In 2050, that will be 26 years from now. And I will be 40 years old. So at 40, I face the possibility of a failed planet. That is not inspiring. That is not the kind of mindset that causes people to study hard. It is the kind of mindset that makes young people fearful. It's a little bit traumatizing. It's difficult to hear. It's hard to remain optimistic. And the question for me is, what are we going to do as educators, as teachers, as school leaders? What are we going to do about those 14-year-olds, given the fact that in 2050, a short, very short, 26 years from now, things may be in very difficult crisis? What are we going to do? Are we going to continue to emphasize testing, curriculum, standard subjects, really the Western version of education, which is now spread around the world? Or are we going to think fresh about education? That is the question that we face as educators. That's what I believe. And I don't think we're going to be able to evade answering that question. Already, we see signs that the question is being answered by students. I don't know if you're aware of this, but in the UK, Australia, US, 20% of students are not attending school. They're not attending, they're stopping. That's in addition to the fact that 40% of teachers are saying they don't want to continue as teachers. I don't mean they want to go to a different school. I mean they don't want to be a teacher any longer. The system that we have designed to educate our young people is tending to collapse. It's going to need to be replaced. And what are we going to replace it with? And I think, given where we are in the world, that we better think about a new mission for schools. And the new mission for schools is, how do we prepare young people so that we don't have a failed planet? How do we prepare our 1.3 billion young people under the age of 18 to help make this planet not just survive, but thrive? So when they're 40 or when they're 50 or when they're 60, they are going to be in a successful environment. How do we do that? What do we do? Well, I have what sounds like a very difficult solution, but it's actually a simple solution. We need to grow more genius. Genius. What do I mean by genius? I don't mean that we need more Einsteins or brilliant academics. We got plenty of those around. They don't seem to be so genius at keeping the planet working well. That's not what we need, and that's not what I mean by genius. A genius to me these days is a young person who is smart enough to know that the planet may be failing and smart enough to know that you need to do something about it. Very simple definition of genius. Smart enough to know that we're in trouble and smart enough to know what we're going to do about it. That applies to students. It also applies to teachers. A good teacher today, to me, is not just a subject specialist. A good teacher knows that we need to be smart enough to do something about our problems and smart enough to be able to help students do that. So that is where we begin to talk about giving students the opportunity for action. I'll come back to that 14-year-old. In most schools around the world, I don't care which country you're talking about, that 14-year-old does not have any opportunity to actually do something about the future. It's all about getting grades, passing the test, doing the program. It's not going to be enough. That's my point. So the question is, how do we actually begin to create geniuses of the kind I'm talking about? People who want and are able to do something about the problem. Smart enough. First of all, I know this presentation is about project-based learning. It's about PBL. I've been doing PBL for 25 years. I love project-based learning, but it's not going to be enough. We have to think more deeply than just about project-based learning. We have to think about what I would call an ecosystem, because you can't grow genius just by doing projects. It's helpful, but it's not the whole story. The whole story is you have to be growing your students. I think of a classroom as a garden. And your classroom is a garden that we're going to try to grow genius. How do we do that? A few ideas. I'm sure you have your own ideas. I'll offer mine. Remember, this is a conversation. I wish I was sitting in the audience with you. We'd talk about this. First of all, I think it's critical that we redefine the relationship between a young person and the planet. Now, in the Western view of things, as we know, the Western view, which I have a lot of questions about, by the way, nature is seen to be something that's manipulated, something we do something to. We're at one place in the world, nature's over here, a gap. We got to close that gap, because the fact is, unless a young person is healthy, the planet isn't going to be healthy. Unless the planet is healthy, a young person is not going to be healthy. The well-being of the planet and the well-being of the young person is one conversation. That is a principle that we should be teaching and reinforcing in our classrooms. We are one with our planet. Now, I'll give you an example of a scientific journal that I don't think any of us ever read. It's called the Journal of Astrobiology. There's a big topic. The Journal of Astrobiology. These are very first-rate, highly trained scientists. And one of the latest articles I read in the Journal of Astrobiology says, you know what? we think our planet may be intelligent. Now, many of you are going to be familiar with the Gaia hypothesis, the planet is alive. Now we have the Journal of Astrobiology saying the planet may be intelligent. It's acting to right itself. It's showing signs that it knows that it's not healthy and it's working to right itself. How do we connect young people to that so that they are in synergy with the planet? That's an attitude. And I'm not going to pretend that I can give you 10 ways to teach that, but that is worth the discussion. And as speaking as someone who knows far less about Africa than I wish I did, because I haven't had a chance to really visit much. You, as African teachers, given some of the traditions and the culture, may be better placed to do that than some educator at Oxford or Yale. You have something to offer here. You have a culture, a connection to the planet that I think you have a chance to offer people and offer young people and teach the rest of the world. Absolutely. I like to think about developing what I call a bio-youth mindset. Young people realize the planet's in trouble. How do I start orient myself as a 14-year-old or 15-year-old or whatever it is to say, I am part of this planet? That means that everything I do is sort of aimed at how can I help and how can I contribute and how can I do my part. Now, I'm not saying that everyone needs to be some sort of activist. That's not realistic. But if you just have an attitude of, I am part of this planet, my well-being is connected to the well-being of my planet, the well-being of my planet reflects back on me. If you could just get that message to youth, that's all you need. Then they will begin to figure that out. So it's bio-youth. It's bio-youth is what I think about. So that's part of it. The other thing I think it's very important to do, I have had the opportunity the last 2 to 3 years particularly to be in touch with organizations around the world, including many in Africa, in African countries that are doing great things. Connect up your students with those, what I call planet positive efforts, planet positive efforts, so that they know that adults are doing something. Because right now, if the 14-year-old comes to you and says, are we going to be okay by 2050? Well, you have various ways that you could answer them. You could say, oh, sure, it'll be fine. But you don't know that. You could say, well, probably not. That would be frightening. You could say, we don't know. That's a third answer. But the answer I like best, we're not sure, but we're going to do everything we can to make it better. You and I, me as a teacher, you as students, myself as an adult, you as youth are going to work together and do everything we can in our power to take action on behalf of our planet, because our well-being and the well-being of our planet is one conversation. That's when it starts to bring project-based learning into the picture. Implementing project-based learning is a way of taking action. It's a way not just of doing a project and getting out of your seat in the classroom and doing something with your hands. A project-based learning experience is deeper than that. For example, I never use the phrase hands-on. Projects are minds-on. You're using your mind to solve problems. You're not using your hands. That hands-on is an old term. It's outdated. You're not using the book. That means you have a hammer in your hand. That's not the way things work anymore. We're working together collaboratively on meaningful problems. And that's what I mean by green PBL. So once you have established your classroom as a garden, as an ecosystem, as a place that is growing genius intentionally. And by the way, it's not that hard to do. We make it harder than it should be just by the nature of our educational system. To sit a young person at a desk for 6 hours a day, have them go from subject to subject, then test them, put them in basically an unsafe testing environment, focus on competitiveness. You're competing everywhere. That's the worst recipe for growing genius. Genius is about connection, action, meaning, purpose, engagement, working together on something that's meaningful. And that's what project-based learning can do so well. It can engage students in meaningful work. So how do we do that? What does green PBL look like? It's going to look different in a way from the traditional project-based learning that you may know. Now, project-based learning has really gone in many different directions over the past 10 years, to the point that I don't think most people have one definition of project-based learning anymore. And it's very much confused just with projects. So we have teachers, I see them all the time. They say, oh, we're doing PBL. What's that look like? Well, we did a 2-day project. No, project-based learning is a way to engage authentic, meaningful problems over a period of time. Now, how long that time is, I can't tell you. A week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever you have. You engage those problems, you work together, you solve the problem as best you can using some design thinking, and you come out with some sort of solution, and you share that solution. That's what traditional project-based learning looks like. Where do I think it needs to shift? What I call moving from traditional project-based learning to more green project-based learning, meaning projects that have an impact. So when I say the word green, think beyond sustainability or climate change. I mean a greener, more beautiful, more fair, more equitable, more just, more opportunity world for everyone. That's what I mean by a green world. So by green PBL, I mean taking on problems that matter and offering young people that opportunity for action. Once they have an opportunity for action, they will figure out a lot of solutions that we as adults haven't yet figured out. We have to unleash the creative genius of those 1.3 billion young people around the world. That's what we need to do. And to do that, we need to do high quality project-based learning, minds on work, but with a few changes. Let me talk about those changes. One of the things that has dropped out of the project-based learning discussion over the past few years, and I'm not happy about it at all, is that project-based learning originated with problem-based learning. It actually came out of medical schools. Many of you probably don't know that, but in the 1960s, they invented problem-based learning in medical schools. And the way it worked was very simple. They would bring a patient into the room in front of young doctors-to-be, and the patient would have symptoms. This patient was the problem. And the prospective doctors would ask questions, trying to figure out what the cause of the disease or the illness was. That was the whole basis for problem-based learning. That's how it happened. It started in medical schools in Canada, by the way, then kind of to Europe, and then spread around. And then in the early 1980s, it became popular in secondary schools, K-12, and it turned to project-based learning. But at the heart of good project-based learning is an authentic problem to be solved. So you as teachers who want to do project-based learning in your classrooms, I'm sure you have some opportunity to learn. There's books, there's videos, there's things you can do. You can invite me to Africa. That'd be a good one. But always think first, what is a problem to be solved? And how do you get there? That's where things begin to shift in another way. You can't do it by you just deciding what the problem is and then giving that problem to students. So green PBL depends much more on creative community input from your students. The best thing you can do when you start project-based learning is have a discussion. What's wrong around our community? What problems do we see? Take a walk. Take a half day and walk locally for a couple of miles. Have people notice, take journals. What do you see that's a problem? They're out there. What can we do about those problems? Have a discussion. From that creative space, and you need that creative space to start, let the ideas bubble up for really good, meaningful projects that will affect the ecosystem around the school. Let those problems bubble up and think then, how are we going to solve that particular problem? And that is when the PBL process begins. What does it look like? In traditional settings, the teacher is directing. In green PBL, you are really using the collaborative nature of your student teams. Did I say student groups? No, teams. Teams get work done. Groups sit around and talk. We're talking about meaningful action. Teams of 3 or 4, whatever you think is appropriate. Teach them how to work in a team, give them a meaningful challenge and problem to solve, and let them go to work on some sort of design system, designing a solution. And this is why, at the point where project-based learning directly runs into the traditional school system. The traditional school system operates like a conveyor system. It just keeps going. It doesn't stop. Day after day, day after day, day after day. If you want to make a difference in the world, if you want your students to make a difference in the world, if you want to help them take meaningful action so their world will be around in 2050, you've got to take some time to allow them to design solutions. That's a radical act in many schools and not possible in many schools. And teachers will tell you, I'd love to do that, but my principal or administrative head or my head of school wouldn't allow that. Probably true. This is where you need to push a little bit. Try to carve out some space for the design and thinking process. You do not solve authentic, meaningful problems in 1 hour. It takes time. It's messy. You have to give people time to actually talk together. As those young people talk together, if you've done your job tending your garden in the classroom as the gardener, and you are the gardener, you are the inspirational force, you are the coach, you are the facilitator, you are the one who looks to grow that genius and recognize that it always grows at different rates in different young people. And so you're looking at how do I help grow that in each one? You are the gardener. As you're working with them, allow them the time to then come to their own conclusions and analysis of the problem. One of the other issues, I believe, in our general approach to education in the world, we don't trust young people. We don't trust that they actually know anything. We don't trust that they're going to come up with solutions. We have to show and tell them everything. Now, there's this long debate in education. Are people a blank slate? Are you filling the pail or lighting the fire? I'm a light the fire person. I believe that young people are carrying with them a lot of potential and power and genius that's being blocked. Give it an opportunity to grow. Be a good gardener. As they move through this process, they are going to come up with ideas and solutions. Some of them are going to be crazy. Some of them are going to be completely undoable. Part of your job as the project-based learning facilitator, as the teacher, as the coach, as the adult in the room, is to help them narrow those solutions down to something that's doable. Keep it tiny. You don't have to solve all the problems of the world in one project. If you have a team of students or a classroom full of teams of students who can address one issue in your community, a road that has too many holes in it, and every time you drive your car over the holes, it disrupts your tires. Solve that one. Solve a local water problem. Solve local problems. Let the local problems bubble up and become national and international and global. If we have enough young people solving local problems, everything will take care of itself. We don't need someone to go out and solve globally. And if you're 14 years old, you're not going to do that. But you can affect your local issues. So you're looking around, and I notice it says, I shouldn't say what's wrong with communities, what's not working as well as it should. What can we improve? What do we see as things that we can do something about? That's what positive PBL does. In a traditional project-based learning experience, students exhibit their solution. That's part of the process of project-based learning. Students get up, hopefully not in front of their classmates and not in front of you as the teacher, but in front of an authentic audience, someone from the community, parents, and they exhibit their solution. I suggest that in green PBL, we want them to present what I call measurable positive impact, MPI. Measurable positive impact. What are they suggesting? It will make a positive, measurable impact in their community. It can be small. Again, doesn't have to be some life-changing solution, just small. Let those add up. Measurable positive impact. I'll mention something else. It is more critical than ever, that parents be involved in this conversation. We have been satisfied to let parents sit on the sidelines, particularly at the secondary level. Parents are much more involved with the young kids, but once they get into secondary school, they tend to drift away and allow the teachers to do what they do. Parents are very conservative drag on education because they are very, very oriented towards degrees and attainment, and that's all fine. There's no reason why you can't do what I'm talking about and still go to a fine university or excel in technology or do anything you want to do in the world. That's fine. But parents need to understand that the world that's coming requires a different skill set than just academic credentials. Academic credentials are not going to be enough. You have to be a good communicator. You have to be a good collaborator. Most of all, you have to be an agile problem solver. Agile problem solving is not part of the general curriculum in schools. PBL focuses on agile problem solving. So try to sell your parents on that. Try to sell the school on that. Let them know that this is how we actually educate young people for that 2050 period and how they can actually have the skills that are necessary to change the world today. Now, once you do this, everything you do in project-based learning is still designed to make them part of nature and the planet, because every small act, every small problem they're solving is contributing to a better planet. It is connecting them into the planet. It is giving them the opportunity to take action on behalf of their planet, on behalf of themselves, on behalf of their younger brothers and sisters who are coming after them, on behalf of those yet to be born. We have a big job ahead of us, folks. And I know that many of the things that I'm talking about seem unrealistic, maybe not doable within your schools, but we are on the cusp, right at the edge of the greatest change in education that we have ever had. It's being dictated, forced by circumstances. We cannot continue blindly going down the track of traditional education, even traditional project-based learning, and expect an outcome that's going to be positive for us. That is burying your head in the sand. That is ignoring what's coming. And we can't afford to do that any longer. And that is why today I said to Adebayo, I had a beautiful PowerPoint prepared. I set it aside. This is a message that needs not to be read, it needs to be heard in your heart. We have to change the hearts and minds of our teaching force so that they can communicate those hearts and minds changes to students and working together. We have entered a new phase here, and one of the new phases in Green PBL is what I call co-intelligence, co-learner. Why? Because any young 14-year-old who asks you, what's it going to be like in 2050? The truthful answer is, you don't know. You don't know any more about 2050 than 14-year-old does. You are not the keeper of knowledge around that particular area. You don't know. It's the future. The only way we get there is to create it together, working together with teachers, facilitators, coaches, young people in a co-intelligent, co-learner, co-facilitation manner. The days of the teacher standing up in front of the room and telling every student what to think, how to do their tasks, and then testing on, those days are fading. They're just fading. And the sooner we get ahead of that, the sooner we're going to start to make some changes in education. Again, we got creative genius out there. We got 1.3 billion young people who know a lot of stuff. And I am involved in a number of programs, some of which are in Nigeria, in which young people are teaching others. And it's just amazing to see how much they know, how much they can share with one another, the ideas they have. All of us know this, that we have a young generation that's drenched in information. It's not always the best information, but it can be, and they know a lot. And so our goal is to harness that energy, give them the opportunity for action, turn them into bio youth, let them understand and help them understand that their well-being is tied to the well-being of everyone else on the planet and the planet itself. And if we really do have an intelligent planet, as the astrobiologists tell us, I think the planet will respond by saying, good on you, good job, I needed that. That's how I feel about it. So that's how I feel about Green PBL. I'll answer some questions if I can. I don't know what Adebayo has in mind, but that's what I have to say about Green PBL and BioYouth. And I wish you the best, and I hope we have a chance to talk again. And it's been a great pleasure to share my ideas with you, and I hope that we can do it again. Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. I think we are going to always keep doing this again and again and again. Thank you so much. Bio you, like I put the word on the screen. Bio you. Um, um, Yeah, I know that for us in Africa, this message, um, the responsibility, um, the this message is more for us in Africa because we host the largest population of young people, and so when you're saying this, it increases the burden in my heart for what I need to do, for what every educator needs to do in Africa, for what every school leader needs to do in Africa to help these young people harness their energy in the right direction, coming into a place of synergy, like you said, with the planet. Um, you know, that place of sync with the planet, and um, having that experience where the young people are thinking about. Because when you were saying that, I mean, I was just saying that this is exactly the problem. This is where we're getting it wrong. Um, for the 12 years first education experience, the K to 12 in Africa, what it looks like, um, everything those kids are hearing, they don't hear anything about the planet. They don't hear anything about what's going on in the planet. They don't hear anything about these things. They don't hear anything. The only thing they hear every day is the maths, the English, is the science, is the and all of those things. That's the only thing they hear. And then it just puts them in a place where they are mentally disconnected. They are cognitively disconnected from these things that and the more this disconnection exists, the more difficult and the more problematic it is for us to think about 2050 and a safer place. This is really heavy. This is really really heavy. I mean, there's someone that has been engaging so much on YouTube. What's her name? Haleville. I'm sorry, I don't know if I pronounced your name well, but I see Alevi Makesa. Um, thank you so much for that engagement. Um, so, sir, I'm going to just ask just one or two questions so that I can let you go. Because, again, you have given us so much to think about. I mean, you have given me so much to think about. Like I said earlier, every time I listen to you, you leave me with burdens. That's what you do. And it's not fair.
Well, I'm gonna come back at you here, Adebayo. Here's how I feel. African countries are giving us so much. When I say us, we in the West, so much to think about. This
Mm,
is there's something rising here. There's something going
mm.
on that is fantastic, and I think there's a new form of leadership coming up and a new sensibility around these things. I mean, I don't want to idealize Africa and turn every African into a genius, but there's something
Mm,
there that's so important, and I hope
mm.
I so appreciate the opportunity to share a few ideas and hear from you. And I always appreciate your comments. So I hope we can do this again. It was great.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely, Dr. Tom. For just one question, right, so that I don't keep you
Uh-huh.
too long in the room, just one question. So this is the question for a school leader, that is saying, I have been in the traditional zone all the while. I've been in this traditional zone, and I'm listening to Dr. Tom. And Dr. Tom, I feel what you're saying, and I want to come out of my traditional zone. Um, can you tell me ABC, three simple steps I need to take as I embark on that journey of coming out of my traditional zone into a world where something like green PBL happens in my environment, at least in a little way?
All right. Let me make. You're breaking up just a little bit, Bio. Who's ever running the chat? Put that question in the chat so I can make sure I understand it perfectly.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. I'll put it
Yeah. I
in the
want to make sure
chat.
you're breaking up a little bit. I want to make sure I answer the question exactly. So,
Yeah. Okay, I'm doing that currently. This currently.
yeah, you broke up a little bit on me.
Okay, I'm still here. I'm just trying to put the question in the chat.
I don't see it yet. Anyway, say it again. Let's say this. We'll work through it. Just say it.
Yeah. So this like this for a school leader or a school owner that's in the traditional zone, and wants to
Mhm.
come out of that traditional zone to embrace PBL. And this person is like, can you tell me three things, three simple steps I can take as I come out of the traditional zone to embrace green PBL?
Yeah, if you're a school owner and you're in a traditional zone, I think you have to do. Uh, you
Sorry,
have to
take
be
your
a
time.
very strong advocate for youth, number one, but not just an advocate for youth an advocate for the future and an advocate for the planet. You have to make the same arguments that I've made to those
Mm,
parents in that local community. And
mm,
actually, as you know, Adebayo, as well as I do, you have to make that same argument to your teaching faculty
mm.
because they may not see it that way.
Yeah,
A lot of teachers
yeah.
would say, Tom, that's fine, but I have a subject to teach. Don't bother me with this. So,
Mm,
that's just true. You've got to be a very strong advocate for the future.
mm,
I would say one way to do it, bring young people in and ask them what they want to do.
mm.
Interesting statistic I saw yesterday on LinkedIn. Only 12% of students going to school in the United States feel that they're given an opportunity to do what they're good at.
Wow,
12%.
wow, wow,
It's little. So it
wow.
should be in a functioning system, it should be 90%.
Mm,
So think about that. And so you have to make those kinds of arguments as a school director, school owner, principal. You have to be an advocate for the future and bring in the kids and ask them what is on their mind. Because I think you would agree, if we really asked them what's on their mind and really
yeah.
gave them a safe way to tell us, they would let us have it.
Mm. Absolutely, absolutely,
Yeah,
sir. Absolutely. Mm.
yeah. So
Very
anyway, that's the
strict.
way. No good. There's no one good answer. It's all of us
Yeah.
working together.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's very clear. Like I hear it clearly. Need to become an advocate. I've been doing this, but I feel more. I've just gotten the more sense of clarity as regards, how I can go about this on a higher level. One thing I want to do from this conference is I want to start my own advocacy with school leaders. I want to see how I can say this to more school leaders, get them to hear it. I need to get more school leaders to hear these things. That advocacy has to extend to them. I'm going to make sure I do that. That's an action point for me in terms of a young person. An action, that's something I'm going to do from this conference. Get more school leaders, and by extension, get more teachers too as well to know about this. Um,
Well, I think we keep one thing in mind, Adebayo. Time is on our side for this kind of change because the world is telling us. Again, I go back to what I said. The planet's telling us what we need to do. We're getting a pretty
mm,
strong message. So,
mm,
and you can't fight nature.
yeah.
Nature is a force that will not be stopped.
Mm. Mm, absolutely, sir. Absolutely, sir. I get the clarion call, I get the message, and I'm sure everyone in the audience, everyone listening, and those that will still listen to this recording later, are also going to get this message. And together, as a community, we are taking this, we are increasing the advocacy, ensuring that young people across the globe, their energy are well harnessed for the betterment of the planet. That will definitely happen. Thank you so much, Dr. Tom, again. Ah,
Thank you, Adebayo. It was a great pleasure. Good to talk with you again. We'll talk again. Thank you so much.
yeah, yeah, sure. Simia, thank you so much. Wow, wow. What a session. Wow. Oh my. Okay. So, we're going to take a very short break. These things are too heavy for me. They are too heavy. I need time. I really need time to digest these things. I hope that's what you're thinking too as well. All right. Um, this conference is a retreat for any school leader, any educator from anywhere across the globe. If you need a reset, I think that's the right word. Hmm. If you need a reset mentally ahead of the new session, you only just need to listen to the sessions from this retreat. It's going to give you a reset mentally. It's going to give you a serious reset. That's very crucial. Wow, 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 wow. I hope that you are inspired just like I am. I hope that you are burdened just like I am. I hope that you are evolving just like I am. Right? Together as an education community, we are moving the new frontiers of education. It has to be for the planet. There has to be that connection. Dr. Tom talked about, people and the planet, right? There has to be a sync. The planet is speaking, nature is speaking. We need to hear what nature is saying. We need to hear what the planet is saying. And we need to think about education in that direction, that design thinking thing in that direction. Yeah. So we know what schools should look like as we think about 2030 and beyond. So it's okay to say that we need more green schools. We need more green schools. We need more planet focused schools. We need more green schools. That's great. We're going to take a short break, and then when we'll come back for the last session for the day with Shelley. Okay, I think, yeah, we're still in the United States. We'll stay with Shelley from the United States, and it's going to be a great session. I'll come back shortly. Please hang on, and the next session will start in the next 5 to 10 minutes thereabouts. So please hang on. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. It's been see the way my voice is sounding. I'm so heavy. I mean, it's been a great journey. The last three sessions, um, from foresight in education to the spotlight on Colossal Academy to the green preview from Dr. Tom. It's been an amazing adventure. Like mentally, it's just a lot. It's so much to pull in, right? Um, you know, I hope that everyone that has been following, you are just as inspired as I am. Um, but then there's one more session today. You see, this session, I remember when I met Shirley for the first time on LinkedIn. um you know I saw her son doing something on LinkedIn, and I was like, wait, what's that? I mean, I haven't seen this for a while on LinkedIn. So, and then I just went, I tried to connect, and went to her DM, and I started asking questions like I always do, because I always want to learn. Started asking questions, and she was sharing a lot of things with me about how she thinks about education differently, and why she's dealing with her child that way, her son that way. And I was like, wait, this is something I need to be very close to. I mean, this is someone I need to be very close to. Because again, that's where education is headed. That's innovation in the world of education. All right. Um, and that is something, I mean, that was how we started. And then afterwards I got to understand what Shelley does in the district. Just one sec. So from there, I got to discover more and more things about Shelley, and about the great work that she does, firstly as an education consultant, um, at DA, and then as the director of learning and developmental science at the District of Columbia Public Schools, yeah, in the United States. I mean, this is the second time she's speaking at this conference. Last year we had Shelley, and she's someone you want to listen to if you are a school leader and you really want to understand what it takes to handle the environment. She's someone you really want to listen to. Shelley is going to be sharing with us a lot of experience, from where she sits in, and just everything you need to know to handle the kind of school environment that we have these days. I mean, it's more disruptive than ever. How do you even cope as a school leader? We can't pretend. It's more disruptive than ever. How do you cope with the teachers, with the other staff, with students in environment? How do you cope? You're going to be learning school leadership and administration in a disruptive time in this session, and Shelley is going to be taking us in that journey. It is a great honor for us to have Shelley with us again, second time in this conference, and taking us on that journey. I'm going to bring Shelley in real quick.
Hello.
Hi, Shelley.
Hi. How are you, friend?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. It's so good to hear from you again.
Good to hear from you too.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for all you do in the education space. Thank you for the amazing work that you're doing. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for the great work that you're doing. And we are so excited to have you back at this conference again. So I'm just going to allow you real quick so I don't waste too much time on that. I'm going to stay back, and I'll pull up the slide too as well right now. Um,
Okay.
see. Yes, the slides is up, and then I'll just step back. Yeah, so Sheila, I think you're good.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Can everyone hear me okay?
very well, very well.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. It is morning for me over here in the United States. So I want to say hello and good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are in the world today. We are going to be talking about lessons in leadership. Thank you very much for the introduction. I would like to add that in addition to my experience as an educator, I am also a mom. And so my son started fifth grade earlier this week. And so, as many of you are thinking about starting back to school, I have the rare privilege of thinking about not only from a professional lens, what it means to get educators back to school, but also from a personal lens. And so, my son is rounding out his first week of school as a fifth grader. He is 10 years old. I want to talk about the objective. Just as we do in the classroom, I think it's important that we do the same thing as we are learning as adults. We start with the end in mind. And so this is the goal of the session today. We are going to be talking about school culture, and namely how to shift school culture. And we're going to get to this through the idea of addressing both adaptive and technical challenges. So once again, we're talking about school culture and ways to shift it by understanding adaptive and technical challenges in leadership. We're going to start just by thinking about what is culture. I'm a child of the 90s, and in the 90s, we used to always talk about for the culture this, for the culture that. Today, culture is something that is used in many different ways, but let's think about what does it actually mean? What does it mean? And then specifically, what does that mean when you're talking about it from an organizational level or from namely a school level? Perhaps you're someone who works at a district like I do, or perhaps you're someone who is at a school. What is involved in culture? Well, the definition that I'm going to share comes from Dr. Ebony Bridwell out of that Harvard Graduate School of Education. And she says that culture is shaped by 5 interwoven elements. These interwoven elements are fundamental principles, fundamental beliefs and assumptions, shared values, norms, patterns and behaviors, and tangible evidence. So I want you to take a moment to reflect on those 5 interwoven elements for a second. Fundamental beliefs and assumptions are the things that we hold really close to us, right? They are the things that we ultimately believe to be true. They are not necessarily always shared out loud, at least not verbally, but they are what really motivates change. Now, shared values are the things that we are willing to share with others. Often they include fundamental beliefs and assumptions, but not always. Norms, now this isn't norms that, your principal just hangs up. This is actually what is normalized. What do people actually do? What is the normal? And what is the expected? Okay. And then patterns and behaviors. How do people act? How do they show up? Now, what I think is often most interesting is that patterns and behaviors often give you the biggest clue into fundamental beliefs and assumptions, because often people will act in a way, at least long term, that shows how they actually believe. Often that can be different than what people say, right? That's why sometimes you might see people say one thing in church Sunday morning, but they act differently Sunday afternoon or through the rest of the week. That's because our patterns and behaviors over time often reveal our deep-seated fundamental beliefs and assumptions. And then tangible evidence is like we say here, it's the receipts, right? What proof do you have? What is the data? Whether it be quantitative or qualitative. So all of these things are what shape culture. Now, why is it so important to understand these elements? Well, as a school leader, we're often talking about the importance of a positive culture, but we don't really break it down to understand what the elements of culture are. Sometimes people say, oh, good vibes, right? Or feels good in here. But if we understand the individual elements of culture, then we can actually influence what our cultures are. So these are the 5 individual elements of culture. Now, when it comes to leading culture change, it's important that we have the ability to really ward off false assumptions. All right. Often, whenever we think about leading culture change, we think, well, it might be easy. Often it is not. In fact, often it is daunting because there are so many fundamental beliefs and assumptions that people hold close to their hearts that you actually have to have a specific lens to be able to change those things. That's what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to be talking about how to identify technical problems and adaptive challenges. So both of them are things that you're going to have to address. Both of them can kill culture if you're not able to address them effectively. But for me, I've always find that adaptive challenges are a lot more difficult to handle, and we're going to dig into why. Technical problems are things that have an easier answer. They usually lend themselves to an easy fix. There's a right way and a wrong way to do it. And usually people are receptive to technical solutions, right? So they ask a question, you open a book, you say, here's the answer. It's usually something that's straightforward, like how do I reset my computer? Well, there's a right way to do that. There's a wrong way to do it. There's usually not a lot of argument about it. It is important that we as leaders can deal with technical problems because that is what allows us to logistically run our school buildings and get things to function. Now, the challenges that we're going to spend most of the day talking about are what are known as adaptive challenges. First of all, they are difficult to identify because they're not usually straightforward. And they often lie in that values and beliefs part of culture, that part that people hold really near and deep to their work. They often involve emotions, feelings. It usually requires change in a way that is very personal to multiple individuals. And people have a hard time even acknowledging that a problem is there. Often, the solution isn't like a one-size-fits-all. In fact, leaders often have to take a few rounds, right? There's a few different things that they have to try because this is things that take a longer time to implement. So what am I talking about? Well, anytime you're thinking about change, for example, especially change of something that has been standard practice for a long time for groups of individuals, often you start to encounter adaptive challenges because people find change to be hard, and certain emotions start to come up and resistance start to come up. Well, as leaders, we know that change is inevitable, and so we have to get really good at leading change. And so we have to be able to understand how to deal with the adaptive challenges that present themselves. We can't just focus on the technical problems. I want you to take a second and think about some of the adaptive and technical challenges that you face in your school buildings and in your district. And since I can't necessarily hear back from you directly, I will share some examples that I've faced in my time of leadership. So a technical challenge that I faced is we moved into a new building when I was a school principal. We moved from one building to the next. And so there were logistic issues that we had to face as we got the building set up. Another technical challenge I faced is during the pandemic. We had to follow some requirements from the government about how far apart kids had to stay. And so that required some creative scheduling. It meant that I had to order supplies and have enough masks, and I had to do so much testing throughout the day. Definitely challenging in its own way, but it was something that really had a concrete fix to it, and we were able to, with time, get the orders that we needed and the things in place. All right, now, adaptive challenges, like I said, much different because they usually involve people's feelings and emotions. And so whenever I think of an adaptive challenge that I faced, it's whenever we were really asking our teachers to change their mindset in the way that they thought about the work they did. We were asking them to think about the whole child. And so not just academic success of children, but social emotional success of children. It sounds like a straightforward ask, but immediately there was quite a bit of resistance. Now remember, adaptive challenges usually give you resistance. So if you start to face resistance from people, you're probably looking at an adaptive challenge. Well, very quickly, people started to give some resistance. Adaptive challenges also take longer to implement. And so I had some curriculum, I had some lesson plans, and I was dealing with teachers who are very skilled with teaching. And so I thought that I could pass these lesson plans over to them, and they would be able to deliver these social emotional lesson plans as they have delivered academic lesson plans for a long time. Well, that was not the case because adaptive challenges aren't really about the thing, right? They're about the feeling behind it. Remember that adaptive challenges have to do with deep-seated beliefs and long-held values. And so as I started to dig, I discovered that for many of the teachers, there was a deep-seated belief that it was not their job to deal with social emotional issues of children. They saw their role as simply being academic, and they resented the fact that they were being asked to do something that they did not think was their job. Now, that was at the root cause of where the resistance was coming from. There was resentment because this challenge asked them to do something different from what they held as a deep-seated belief. So, how do you approach these kinds of challenges? Well, technical, like we talked about, there's a clear answer. There's like one way to do it, right? Technical and adaptive, there requires some learning. And adaptive always requires learning. You always have to figure it out. And with adaptive challenges, the work is really with the stakeholder. So the reason why I want to focus there is because, to go back to my example of the teachers around social emotional and academic, it wasn't something that I could fix for them. I could give them articles, I could show them charts. But until they changed their mindset, we weren't really going to have any movement. And so as a leader, I had to figure out how to really put the learning in a place where they were able to learn, and not just in a way for compliance, but where they were able to actually comprehend the information and let it change their mindset if I really wanted this to move forward. My favorite quote on this topic comes from Ronald A. Heifetz. Ronnie Heifetz, also from a Harvard Graduate School of Education. He says the most common leadership failure stems from trying to apply technical solutions to adaptive challenges. And so as a young principal, that's initially what I was trying to do, right? I wanted my teachers to focus on social and emotional skills. And so I gave them a technical solution. I said, well, here is some curriculum. Here are some lesson plans. You know how to teach. You can teach it because you have this lesson plan. And it failed because you cannot fix adaptive challenges with technical solutions. You have to always address adaptive challenges with adaptive solutions. That's why we're talking about adaptive leadership. Adaptive leadership is about really getting specific as to what is it that the person needs? What is it that you have to tackle? What's the root cause? What's the belief? And how do I then get to that long set belief and help change the mindset? Once again, adaptive leadership takes time and it takes work because there's not a manual to it. And it often looks different from one place to another. So just because I figured out how to do it with one group of teachers doesn't mean that that same thing will work for another group of teachers, because individuals are unique, right? And people have their own sets of beliefs. And so it takes time, it takes work, and it takes a leader who's willing to learn about the people that they're leading and learn from them and with them in order to get it right. The other thing about adaptive leadership is that it requires that we get really good at these four things. Now, the first one is emotional intelligence. And when I'm talking about emotional intelligence, I'm not talking about the emotional intelligence of those that you lead. I'm talking about your emotional intelligence. Sometimes it's easy to focus on those whom we lead, right? Oh, my teachers won't do this. They won't do that. But the emotional intelligence that's really the focus of adaptive leadership is, who am I? Who am I becoming? Who am I when I'm irritated? Who am I when I don't get my way? Do I understand self-awareness? Can I manage my own emotions? Can I appropriately handle relationship management? How do I act? How do I show up? What is it that I do when others don't agree with me? Now, the reason why emotional intelligence is key to adaptive leadership is because adaptive leadership is about handling emotions. And so if we are not able to show up as someone who can handle our own emotions in all instances, even under stress, then we are not going to effectively be able to show up and handle the emotions of others. Before you can co-regulate, you have to learn to self-regulate. So emotional intelligence is really the key here to adaptive leadership. Now, the next thing that is key to adaptive leadership is organizational justice. You have to be really clear on what is the outcome you are looking for, and is it just? I know that all of you who are watching this are dedicated to deep equity work. And so as you are leading, adaptive leadership is really focused on how do we do what is right for those whom we serve? What do we do for the students who are the most marginalized? What do we do from the students who are the most likely to succeed? and how can we use our positions and influence to really bring success to the communities, families, and students that we serve who need us the most. The next key part of adaptive leadership is character. We have to be people who are people of integrity, credibility, and values difference. Now, the reason why is because often with adaptive leadership, we're talking about change work. And the worst thing you can do with change work is allow people to see that you are inconsistent. Change is always hard enough. And so if you are not credible as a leader, if they cannot trust you, if they can't trust your words, if you are not reliable, then why would they trust a process or something that you are leading whenever it comes to change? So you have to make sure that your character is strong and that you are someone who is reliable and credible. And then last, development. Adaptive leadership is not about always being the smartest person in the room, having all the answers, or always being right. It is a mindset that requires us to be lifelong learners. We have a curiosity about ideas and people, and we really look at how we can develop others. It's a shift away from self-promotion to the promotion of others. Those are the 4 key tenets that the leader really has to dig into if they want to be an adaptive leader. And these are not easy things, right? These are things that require a lot of self-work, a lot of thought, a lot of crucial interrogation of ourselves and honesty. Who am I, right? Who am I whenever I'm unhappy? Who am I whenever I'm mad? But it is key that we are willing to really dig in and reflect on these if we're going to be adaptive leaders. Adaptive leaders are willing to grow and change. They're willing to be honest about their weaknesses, and they're willing to say, you know what? I am going to be better. Okay, so I'm going to walk you through an example. This example is pretty real to a challenge that is happening in real time in our district. We are introducing a new tool, a new check-in tool, and we are asking school leaders to use this check-in tool with students to measure students' physical and emotional health. And as I told you, for some people, that's challenging because they continue to see their role as more academic. But we're asking them to utilize this check-in tool. And so I have 5 different things that are some pretty common things that might occur, whether you're here with us or wherever you are. And so we're going to walk through these ideas, and then we're going to discuss them. And what I want you to think about is this an adaptive challenge or is this a technical challenge? And then I want you to think about how do I address it? So the first one, very few people on your campus know how to use Panorama. Panorama is the program. So if you think about that is more or less a technical problem because it can be taught, right? I can teach them how to use the program. I can show them, I can give them a manual, a class. And remember that with technical issues, you can use technical solutions. What about number 2? Your AP tells a few teachers that the Panorama survey data can't really be trusted. Now here, you start to see a little bit of resistance from the assistant principal. And remember, when there's resistance, it's often an adaptive challenge that we're looking at. Also notice that we're talking about this idea of trust. And trust is something that really involves people's feelings and mindsets and emotions. So we're most likely dealing with some sort of an adaptive challenge here. Now, without knowing specifically who the assistant principal is, it's hard to know exactly what that adaptive challenge is. But as a leader, it would be incumbent upon me to have a conversation with the assistant principal. Perhaps the assistant principal is repeating what they've heard others say. And so it's going to be important that the leader really gets into community and into conversation to understand what the true barrier is. What's the resistance? What's the pushback? What's the fear? Sometimes people fear something because it's new. Sometimes people fear data because they think it's going to make them look bad. So whatever it is, this is an adaptive challenge that's going to require an adaptive solution. And adaptive solutions will mean that I have to take time and really use some emotional intelligence as I work with this assistant principal to figure out what it is that they need to remove this barrier. Number 3, your principal wants to know when you plan to give the check-in so that it doesn't disrupt learning. So here, I see a little bit of a technical, and honestly, I see a little bit of adaptive in here too. The technical, I think, is easy. You can look at the schedule and give your principal the schedule and say, this is when we can do it. Technical issue, technical solution. The reason why I see a little bit of an adaptive challenge here is because it says so that it doesn't disrupt learning. And so the implication here is a little bit that the principal seems to feel like this idea of checking in on social emotional isn't something that is really the same as learning, or it doesn't really connect to learning. And that's a value statement, right? That's a belief. And so in addition to coming up with, okay, this is the time that we do it, this is going to require some more conversation, some more questioning. This is going to require me getting curious without judgment and really getting to know the thinking of this principal around learning and how they think about learning as it relates to the whole child. Because if I just give them a schedule, that might fix the immediate issue, but probably we'll have some more barriers that start to creep up here if we don't find a way to norm around the importance of using this check-in tool as it relates to the whole child. Number 4, you overhear teachers complaining about another new thing that will be added to their plate. So here, I think maybe a little bit technical, right? You might be able to help them with scheduling, but probably mostly adaptive. When people start hearing about something new and something about change, usually they're really talking about feelings. They're starting to feel overwhelmed. And also they don't see how this new item is going to be of value to them. And so this is going to require some more conversations, right? I've got to do more than just the basic training of the software. I've got to do more than just the training of the program. I've got to really lean in and learn as a leader, what is it that the teachers see as value? What is it about this that the teachers are concerned about? And I have to enter that conversation with some humility. Because remember, the goal here is not a quick fix. It's to learn and to get to know them. And so that way I can use emotional intelligence to shift a mindset. And so this I would see as mostly an adaptive challenge that's going to require some time for me to find an adaptive solution. So the hope here is that the teachers see this as not something that's just another thing that's added to their plate, but they start to see the value of this and how this can actually connect to our deeper issues of organizational justice as we try to make sure that all students, especially those furthest from opportunities, have what they need to succeed. Now, the last one is something that often happens. You start to have some parents who grumble. And in this case, the example says a few parents hear about the initiative and they start to complain because they feel like the school is starting to get in their business. These panorama check-in tools that I'm talking about, they ask kids questions sometimes about like, do you feel safe? Do you have enough to eat? And so some parents in this example, they don't like that. They start to feel like that's none of the school's business. Well, once again, this is an adaptive challenge because there are feelings involved. If you really look at what's behind this, often the parent might be a little bit afraid, right? What if my child says something that embarrasses me? What if my child answers and says, we don't have enough food at home, and I didn't want people to know that? What if my child shares something that's going on in our family that is maybe not favorable? And I'm a little bit embarrassed about that. Sometimes people have a hard time sharing what it is that is going on and being honest about it. And so this is once again an adaptive challenge, and this would require a leader with emotional intelligence to speak with parents and get parents to see how this is a tool that's not designed to share personal business, but really designed to support kids. It's also going to require that parents trust the school and they understand that the intention behind asking these questions is to support students and not to broadcast business in a negative way. So that's definitely going to be something that is important. Okay, so just to sum up, what is adaptive leadership? Adaptive leadership means that we have to understand technical challenges and adaptive challenges. We have to keep a balance. We have to know that there are certain things that have clear solutions, and we have to take care of the logistics, right? The operations. We have to keep things afloat, but we have to also understand that adaptive challenges, when you deal with people, are inevitable, and people come with their own individual sets of values and beliefs. And so if you really want to change culture or create meaningful change around anything, you have to be able to dig in deep and understand what those core beliefs are of individuals and use emotional intelligence as a leader to shape those core beliefs. Adaptive leadership takes time and it takes work, but it is worth it because if you are an adaptive leader, then you'll be able to actually share responsibilities among others and ultimately empower them to do the work. So it's not going to be you who always has to do the work, but when you shift mindsets, when you start to build values, then people actually start to step up in your place and lead the work. And that's really what you want. You want to empower individuals to really step in and take the lead as they lead the charge in all of our work of organizational justice and equity. That is a little bit about adaptive leadership. If you're interested in learning more, I would like to recommend this book. It is by Ronald Heifetz. It's called Leadership on the Line. I have this book on my bookshelf, and it's also a book that I often give to young leaders as they start to take on this work because it is something that I see as definitely being important. Thank you so much, and that is what I have for now.
Uh, all right. Yeah. Thank you so much, Shelley. Thank you. Thank you for taking us through that journey. Um, I mean, there were so many things you said that that highly resonates. Even for with what we're going through here in Africa. In Nigeria. Um, I think gradually the issues we're facing in the education landscape. There's some form of singularity. It's becoming like the same almost everywhere. This issue of adaptive challenges, technical challenges, and the work that goes into striking the balance. And now that as a school leader, it takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of time. Every time I'm in some school environment, I see what goes on. I hear school leaders lamenting about teachers. Oh no, teachers are not. And then I just see how what you're saying plays out practically. So I have one question for you, Shirley.
Mhm.
Yeah, and there's talking about teacher shortage. I don't know what the stats looks like in the United States, but even in Africa, in Nigeria, we have teachers are leaving the classroom. If you, I saw a post on Facebook like about just recently about a school leader that came to Facebook and like, somebody help me. I have
Yes.
I have 18 teachers, 11 have resigned, and they're not going
Yeah.
to resume the next. They're not going to resume the next session with me. I just have 7 left. That's part of what the landscape like looks like. So when it comes to the issue of teacher shortage, teachers leaving the classroom, I mean, what I mean, simple advice that you would give to school leaders, right? Just in the direction of this conversation, to help them understand how to deal with teachers, and how to have an environment where teachers don't really want to leave, but then they want to stay and then they are fulfilled.
Yeah, I think the key here is that we think more about culture. And often with culture, people try to apply technical solutions. So just really practical things to people. And often what teachers want to hear is more adaptive. They want to hear that they're valued. They want to hear that they are cared for. They want to hear that their opinion matters, that they're respected as educators. And often school leaders are thinking about more logistical things, right?
Yeah.
This is what you're going to teach next year. They're just very matter of fact. And the truth is, this is very emotional work, and it's very personal to people. And so, to shift culture as a leader, you have to be able to have emotionally intelligent conversations with individuals that
Hmm.
show them that you value them, that show them that you are willing to invest in their growth and development, that allow them to feel empowered. Leaders have to think about, as they have teachers, how do they empower those teachers to really become the next generation of leaders?
Hmm.
Because we're now dealing with the generation of people who, aren't going to just stay in one career or necessarily one thing their entire life. They're
Yeah.
going to move around, and so
Yeah.
we have to be able to empower people as they're coming up to say, okay, well, how can I help you to
Hmm.
exert your own leadership as we all work together in this fight for organizational justice?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well said. Thank you, Shelley, for putting that forward. School leaders have to think in this direction, so that we don't have teachers leaving the classroom everywhere. So that we have an environment where people really want to stay, and then there's impact. They're excited about the work that they do, and we see this reflection even on their learners as well. Yes, thank you so much, Shelly. So again, like we have been saying to everyone that's listening, and we know a lot of people will get to listen to this conference after now. But you can be sure for the next 1 month, you're going to have people from various places listening to this conference because we're going to keep talking about that's the whole idea. We know that there'll never be a perfect time to gather a lot of people, because that's the world we live in right now. We have
Yes.
people trying to, of course, the next 1 month and even beyond, a lot of people are going to be listening to these conferences. They're going to be listening to these things that you've shared. And one thing we're saying again is, please share these things with your network. So you want to come to LinkedIn and you want to mention Shelly, and then these important lessons you learned from this session, just so that she also sees that as a kind of feedback as well. Right, the things that we're talking about, the things that Shelly has talked about, is what many school leaders need to hear. I bet there are so many school leaders that don't understand how this thing plays out. They are sincerely wrong. They are trying to be, but they don't know what to do. They're not acting from a place of knowledge, because they don't know how these things works actually. So please share these things with your colleague. Share these things on LinkedIn, on your Facebook, on your Instagram, right? And you can actually let's get many people to understand these things, and let's create more safer schools. Let's create more safer environments where teachers are happy, learners are happy, and then we are just advancing quality education. Shirley, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for sharing all of this with us.
Thank you. I had to take a picture for everybody here so I can show them.
Yeah,
And I wish you guys a great day.
yeah, same here. Thank you. You're the best. Thanks for your time.
Bye.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it won't be balanced. I mean, this whole conversation will not be balanced, um, you know, without addressing leadership, school leadership. And you can see, you know, that's how Shelley does it. That's how she speaks. That's how she brings the point. And the thing is, because she's speaking from a system that she's been part of, with what she's seen, things that has worked. She just makes it very simple. You do this, you get this result. It's very clear. And then that's one thing I love so much about Shelley, and about her presentation, about the wisdom that she brings to the table. Very practical things and very simple, right? And just do this, you're gonna get the result. you know um this is how we end day 2. I'm so excited. It's been a great journey all the way from yesterday. 4 powerful sessions, and today again we've had 4 powerful sessions, and then it's coming to an end, right? I'm so happy. We thank God for how He has helped us, in the whole thing today, how it's all gone, how it all went. We had good internet today as against yesterday. Even using 5G, we still have issues and all of that. But today has been a great day. you know and like I said, this is very important. Please, whether you're listening now or you're listening later, please share what you have learned here on LinkedIn. Please tag us, tag EAZY-DIGI. You can tag me, tag the speaker, please. This is one way you can help somebody out there from hearing this truth, right? We need to spread it. We need to spread these things. It needs to spread. Please do so. It's not just because we want you to tell people about us. No, it's about the information. It's about the knowledge gap we have on the continent. It's about the knowledge gap we have everywhere that needs to be filled, right? So when you talk about it on LinkedIn, you are getting your connections to see it. You are getting more people to know about it. That this is what people need to know today. This is where education is today. This is how to solve this kind of problems. This is innovation in the world of education today. All right. So please, we look forward. Every participant, everyone that has joined us, please spread the news on LinkedIn. The conference ends tomorrow morning. Right. We have one final session tomorrow morning, and that's with the HR expert. You see this conference. I told you, I said it's the fusion of design thinking, future thinking, and agile thinking, right? I bet there are few gatherings like this across the globe that you will find, right? So we have an HR expert, right? She will be speaking on connecting the dots between school, the society, and the workplace. So this is not outside education. This is still part of education, right? So there's no better person that can tell us what's going on in the workplace than the HR experts, right? They deal with people every day. They know what is going on in the workplace. And so they can tell school leaders and say, hey, these are the things that you should be working on, because these are the things that are now needed in the workplace, right? These are the things that your kids need to thrive in the workplace today. If they don't have it, they cannot fit in, they cannot thrive, right? We have unemployment issues in Africa. Talk about unemployment. This is tactically one of the ways to address it, right? Closing the gap between school, the society, and the workplace. And so we are going to be having the HR expert, right? Oluwakemi from TVC Communications Lagos, the director of people culture. She's gonna be with us tomorrow morning to take us through that journey, and it promises to be an awesome time. And we're going to be wrapping up the conference on that note. Many thanks to everyone that has joined us. It's a 4 hours journey. I mean, I've been here for 4 hours. It's not easy. Yeah, man, we're doing this for the world. We're doing this for quality education. We're doing this for a better world, right? So please, we'd like to hear from you on your LinkedIn. Share what you've learned on LinkedIn, please. Share it on Facebook, share it on Instagram, and tag us, tag the speakers. And tomorrow morning again, we meet for the last session. Thank you, everyone. Bye for now. I'll see you tomorrow morning for the last session.